Honorable members, I declare this fourth sitting of the 10th Annual Youth Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be in session. I now ask the clerk to read the prayers.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together do most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high. and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thine aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the president, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever widening thought and action.
Honorable members, you may be seated.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the oath will now be administered to Honorable Member Lael Garrett by the Clerk of the Assembly. The Honorable Member will stand, hold a religious book in your right hand. If you so wish, read your oath form, then sit and sign the form. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Lael Garnett, do hereby solemnly declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the people of Guyana, that I will faithfully execute the office of the member of the 10th Annual Youth Parliament without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that in the execution of the functions of that office, I will honor, uphold, and preserve the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I just want to give recognition to our esteemed judges today. Former members of the National Assembly, Dr. Jennifer Westford and Mrs. Valda Lawrence, and the Assistant Director of Sport, Ms. Melissa Dow Richardson. Honorable members, I would like to recognize and congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister, Marinella Glasgow George, on being admitted to the Dean's List for Semester 2, 2024-2025 academic year.
Presentation of petitions, presentations of papers and reports, reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business, motion.
Honorable members, the first motion stands in the name of the Honorable Minister of Education. Honorable Sophia Aziz, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. I rise in this honorable house as the Minister of Education to move the motion titled Comprehensive Health and Development Education in Secondary Schools. We all know health education has been introduced before, but if you ask the kids, all they know is the little basics, and adults, y'all quick to tell them they like to play big man and big woman, but never explain why, which leaves them even more curious. And that, Madam Speaker, is exactly why this motion matters. Because right now, our young people are piecing together their understanding of sex, consent, and safety from half-truths, street talk, and guesswork. So allow me to begin by defining what we mean by comprehensive health and development education. According to our motion, it refers to an evidence-based, age-appropriate, culturally sensitive, and medically accurate curriculum that addresses not only sexual and reproductive health, but mental and emotional well-being. If we don't provide this kind of education, then what are we really preparing our young people for? A lifetime of misinformation and preventable harm? For too long, our young people have faced the harsh realities of teenage pregnancy, HIV, and gender-based violence. This is a crisis that demands our immediate action because, as our fellow Guyanese would say, when you don't like hair, you just feel. But, Madam Speaker, our children have already felt too much. Without proper education, many young people don't understand consent or how to make safe choices, leaving them vulnerable to abuse. A 2016 Guyana Responsible Parenthood Association study reported by Demerara West showed that 50% of youths are sexually active. Think about that. In a school of 400 students, 200 of them are already having sex. So it's not about exposing kids to something new. They already know about it, but we're saying that we should give them the real facts and right guidance. Of the 392 youth surveyed across 8 regions, 42% were between the ages of 16 to 18, 35% were under the age of consent, and even more concerning, 20% said that they were raped or pressured into having sex. Under honorable members of the opposition, 20%. In response, the then Ministry of Education and Guyana Responsible Parenthood Association piloted a program in 2017 in 33 Georgetown schools. The program offered counseling sessions that address sexuality, gender justice, and abuse. While this was a commendable step, it lacked the necessary continuity, nationwide reach, and policy backing to make a lasting impact. It was a start, but in 2025, we have no time for a half-measure piloting program. We need a firm nationwide curriculum that delivers lasting change. Further evidence of this failure comes from a 2021 study led by Dr. Paulette Henry, Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Guyana and a leading social work scholar. As reported by Stabrook News, her research revealed that boys in Guyana are especially vulnerable to sexual abuse due to norms that encourage silence, emotional suppression, and relaxed supervision. The study found that 90% of abusers were men, many known by the victims. Most troubling, only 36% of parents could identify risk factors for boys, and many fathers were unwilling to even talk about the issue. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the opposition, did you hear that? Even fathers are unwilling to speak to their kids about abuse. How different those children's lives could have been if that 2017 program had been expanded and sustained. They might have recognized danger, spoken up, and protected themselves. But instead, yet another generation was left to suffer in silence. The past may have failed them, but rest assured, this government will not. We will not fail the children of today, their adults of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I urge the members of the opposition to keep an open mind, not be blinded by problems that can be solved or opinions long overdue for revision. Our children are suffering in silence, denied the knowledge and protection that they deserve. We cannot stand idle while these outdated views cost them their futures. This motion will give them the tools needed to protect themselves, the courage to speak up, and the chance to dream without fear. It is time to choose progress over prejudice. Support the motion. Support their right to a better life. Because if not now, then when? And if not us, then who? Madam Speaker.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The children of Guyana cannot wait on excuses. They need action. And today, this House must deliver it. Will you stand on the right side of history and take decisive action to protect and empower our children? Or will you turn a blind eye and allow them to continue suffer in silence, deny the knowledge and guidance they deserve? Madam Speaker, we will not wait. We will not ignore, and we will not fail them. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Education. The motion is proposed. Honorable Fabuni Douglas, Shadow Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I rise on this motion, comprehensive adolescent health and development education in secondary schools, to ensure that this motion, if it is passed, does not end up as another well-meaning idea that fails our children in practice. Honorable members, the first whereas clause reminds us that Guyana continues to report concerning rates of teenage pregnancy, HIV infection, and gender-based violence, especially among our adolescents. This is not just statistics. This is the livelihoods of many youths in Guyana. In 2023, the Ministry of Health reported over 2,000 cases of teenage girls becoming pregnant, with some regions recording multiple cases of girls under the age of 16 ending up pregnant. Madam Speaker, our babies are raising babies. Imagine a 16-year-old girl having to drop out of school to raise her child when she hasn't even completed her C-sex subjects. This is not just a loss to her, it's a loss to her family, to her community, and of course to Guyana's human potential. The whereas clause also points to HIV infections. UNAIDS data show that youths starting from the age of 15 to 24 make up a quarter of the new HIV infections in the Caribbean. And between 2020 and 2023, the number of newly diagnosed young people living with HIV is rapidly increasing. And in small communities like Madia and Bartica, access to testing and treatment still remains patchy. This is the reality we face. Without proper comprehensive education, our young people are left navigating adulthood with misinformation, stigma, and preventable harm. And gender-based violence? The Guyana Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey found that nearly 1 in 4 adolescent boys believe that it is okay to hit a partner in some situations. Without targeted education, that thinking becomes a cycle. A cycle is then repeated over and over throughout adulthood. Honorable Speaker, the Be It Resolved clause calls for a national curriculum that is medically accurate, age-appropriate, and culturally sensitive, and supported by trained educators, healthcare professionals, and parents. This is the right foundation. But if we truly want to succeed, we must build on it with these 3 key improvements. Madam Speaker, my first recommendation: region-specific delivery models. What might work in some might not work the same in the interior. Regional Democratic Council should work with local health departments, PTAs, and community leaders to adapt the delivery of the curriculum to reflect community norms, local languages, and cultural sensitivities. Madam Speaker, my second recommendation: capacity building for teachers and parents. Many teachers, especially in regions 1, 7, and 9, have never received specialized training in sexual and reproductive health education. This leads to discomfort, avoidance, or misinformation in the classroom. Partnering with CPCE, the Age Fellow Unit, SASAD, and Help with Shelter can ensure that teachers have both the knowledge and the confidence to deliver this curriculum effectively. And at the same time, parents and caregivers must be brought on board. Using neighborhood democratic councils as hubs for parental workshops can help families reinforce these messages at home. Madam Speaker, my final recommendation: data-driven pilots and accountability. Before rolling out nationwide, we should pilot the program in a cross-section of schools, 2, 4, and 6 regions where the Ministry of Health already runs adolescent health outreach. Monitor those results closely, just as was done with the HPV vaccination rollout, which succeeded in areas where it was community-led and data-backed. Honorable Speaker, this is not about ticking boxes. It's about ensuring that no minutes remaining. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is that uninformed, unprotected, unsupported, nor uneducated. If we do this right, we will break cycles of teenage pregnancy, reduce new HIV infections, and challenge the norms that fuel gender-based violence. If we do it wrong, if we treat this as just another centralized, one-size-fits-all program, we'll be back here in 5 years, reading the same whereas clauses and wondering why nothing has changed. Let us not fail our youth. Let us give them knowledge that empowers, protects, and inspires them in every community and in every region. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Katie Jukes, Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. You may begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, members of the opposition, a round of applause for the honorable member who went before me because she agreed with our stance on this motion. And we thank you for your resounding recommendation. The statistics are indeed sobering, Madam Speaker. Guyana continues to grapple with high rates of teenage pregnancy, HIV infection, gender-based violence among adolescents, according to the Ministry of Health in 2022. Today, we present the motion, Comprehensive Adolescent Health and Development Education in Secondary Schools, and I wholeheartedly endorse it. I do so with an unshakable conviction that we must not settle for incremental change. Convention on the Rights of the Child, 2020. Governments must ensure adolescents have the life skills and knowledge necessary to protect their health. Caribbean Public Health Agency, 2024. Failure to provide such information leads to misinformation and stigma, as the honorable member alluded to. Here is where we see both a challenge and an opportunity. The existing health and family life education, HFLE curriculum, it laid a foundational path, but honorable members and Madam Speaker, that path is now old and worn. It barely scratches the surface. We must go beyond patching what is old. Yes, the current curriculum claims some of the qualities that we address in our motion, but our new comprehensive national curriculum ensures them while adding something that is vitally missing, local relevance to the regions across Guyana. The World Health Organization in 2020 confirms that this will reduce the challenges faced in these regions. Madam Speaker, I would like to pose a question to the opposition. Is this a motion that we should be debating? Do you want to look our children in the eye and tell them that their health, their well-being, their safety is up for discussion? In Region 9, discussions on adolescent pregnancy should address the realities of communities along the Mazruni River. In Region 7, lessons on healthy relationships should address customs and mores. When lessons match a student's language, culture, and reality, the knowledge sticks. It is confirmed. But education cannot be confined to classrooms and blackboards. It has to be an agent, catalyst for action. It has to. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we, the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, are proud to launch a flagship initiative, the Regional Youth Innovation Challenge. It is a partnership between my ministry, the Ministry of Education, our regional democratic councils, and schools across the length and breadth of this nation. In the words of Kim Hamilton, we put in we money where we mouth there. We are dedicating a strategic fund for every single region. We call on our students, step out of the textbook and into the real world. Design solutions to the issues that our new curriculum will address. Picture this, honorable members. In Region 2, a peer-led mental health outreach club is guided by local health workers, and they reach hundreds of persons. In Region 9, young innovators create a sexual and reproductive health app in Wapishan and Makushi. The projects will not be left on paper. No. They will be funded, they will be mentored, and they will have RDC support. This is our commitment. And the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization's 2021 report found that project-based learning deepens understanding. It all aligns, Madam Speaker. Our own Government of Guyana 2025 budget recognizes that priority by allocating funds for regional development programs. And the National HFLE framework is one minute remaining. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, make no mistake. We need a Guyana where youths have the knowledge to protect themselves. Madam Speaker, I ask the honorable members of the opposition again, is this a motion that we should be debating? I ask you again, are we prepared, or rather, are you prepared to look these children in their eyes and tell them that their health, their well-being, their safety is up for discussion? Are you? If anyone here thinks that that is optional, then perhaps you've forgotten the reason why you were sent to this honorable house in the first place. Pass the motion. As Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, I do not see it as an optional extra, but as a necessity. Honorable members, don't dim the light of the future of this nation. When you support this motion, you get substance and you get quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kristen Morris, Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the motion presented to us, which I believe has the potential for a real positive change. More so, Madam Speaker, the government has asked us to consider a national comprehensive sex education curriculum in our secondary schools. And today, I would like to take this time to thank them for reminding us that the future of Guyana isn't just about bridges and oil, it's about the young people who will cross those bridges and inherit that oil. The problem the government described, teenage pregnancy, HIV, gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, they are not just statistics, they are the lived reality for too many of our young people. And let us not forget the tragic reports of gender-based violence, especially in our rural communities. The stories that come from villages along the quarantine, even in our own capital, are not just news items, they are national shame. And a national curriculum, while important, is not just a magic wand. However, Madam Speaker, let us not pretend we are starting from scratch here. The government introduced a school health program, which was mentioned in a DPI article in April of 2019. On paper, it's a wonderful idea, providing health screening, school nurses, and ensuring a healthy learning environment. But how is that program working? Is there a full-time school nurse in every secondary school from Region 1 to 10? The program, while a good initiative, is fading due to the lack of constant implementation and resources. So I must ask the Minister of Education and the Minister of Health there. If the government can't properly resource a national program to check for vision problems and provide standard first aid for all secondary schools, how can we possibly expect them to implement a new comprehensive curriculum on sexuality, consent, and gender equality, which is far more delicate? With that being said, I'd like to address the path forward. It's easy for us to stand here and talk about a new curriculum, but as I have argued, we must be prudent, since we cannot afford to make a national mistake. A national curriculum rollout is a monumental task, and we must approach it not with speed, but with wisdom and care. My suggestion is this: a 3-region pilot program. Let us agree to work together to implement this curriculum framework, not in every secondary school across the country just yet, but in a representative sample. We could choose schools in Region 4 to understand the urban context, in Region 6 to work with our rural coastal communities, and Region 9 to ensure we get it right for our indigenous population. Additionally, I suggest we empower the regional health communities in the pilot areas, providing them with the dedicated funding that they need. They will adapt the curriculum framework to their specific communities, engaging with parents, train educators, and then after a year or two, we can review the results. It's important to remind that during the pilot, we do not expect you just to deliver content, but also gather critical data. We also expect you to consider focus group with students, parents, and teachers to understand their experiences and track key metrics like school attendance, self-reported knowledge on sexual health, and local teenage pregnancy rates in order to measure the success. This is a prudent, responsible step that shows we are serious about getting this right, in a way for us to learn from our success and failures on a small scale before we make a permanent change on a national one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Lael Garnett, Minister within the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in continued full and resolute support of this motion that National Comprehensive Adolescent Health and Development Curriculum should be implemented in secondary schools. Let's zone in on a critical clause of this motion. We as a government acknowledge that the Convention on the Rights of the Child calls upon governments to provide adolescents with access to life skills, necessary information that protects their health and well-being. We have consistently answered that call. Our government has been working assiduously in the best interest of our adolescents. Madam Speaker, we ratified in 1991. In 2024, we as a nation reaffirmed the commitment to ensure that adolescents enjoys the rights to access essential health care, receive age-appropriate education, and life skills. Moreover, this treaty seeks to ensure that they obtain accurate information to make informed decisions about their well-being and heard in decisions affecting them. Madam Speaker, We need to remind the opposition we are just not signatories on paper. We are implementers in action. Madam Speaker, I am here not to bear false witness, but truth. Madam Speaker, I am here to bring the facts about this motion. I can tell you proudly that our government has introduced guidance counselors to secondary schools since the year of 2014. And according to Stabrook News, I quote, in 2024, 75% of secondary schools in Guyana had active guidance counselors. Madam Speaker, moving to the year of 2025, 75% quickly grew to 83%. Madam Speaker, isn't this growth? The guidance counselors are not just dealing with student behaviors, they are saving futures. Our own internal reports made public indicate that with the advent of this program, school attendance rates have increased drastically. Fighting self-harm and bullying have significantly decreased. Madam Speaker, the presence of guidance counselors is a part of our child-centered approach. We must not support just the whole student, but just also the academic side. Madam Speaker, I wish to remind the opposition that an important element of the third clause speaks about providing adolescents to healthcare information necessary to protect their health and well-being. And I repeat, access to information that is credible with healthcare. This government has taken the impetus of focusing on ensuring that access is permanent and no boundary is evident. Thus, all students are entitled to health vouchers. Madam Speaker, this is free. This shows we care, Madam Speaker. The government cares. Madam Speaker, I further wish to emphasize the point in our whereas clause that calls upon governments to provide adolescents with life skills. The Ministry of Education introduced impressive Caribbean vocational qualification program to 74 secondary schools. The government has made it possible for adolescents to realize their dreams of becoming entrepreneurs for the distribution of small business grants. Madam Speaker, I've had my own fellow colleagues start new businesses, pastry shops, due to this incentive. All of these existing incentives serves as a backbone for the implementation of a comprehensive adolescent health and development education in secondary schools. Madam Speaker, we are not blindly implementing this curriculum. The government is already providing opportunities and avenues for our young people to blossom skill-wise. It is for our dear comrades on the other side to realize that this motion now aims to equip our youth through this curriculum with necessary expertise to deal with the everyday challenges of life. Thank you. To react to situations in a non-violent way, to treat their future partners with love and respect. Madam Speaker, this motion is the way to make well-rounded citizens of Guyana. I call on the honorable members of the opposition to think about your future. Think about your children's future, a future that is non-violent, a future that is loving. Let's think about that future and support this motion. Let's be futuristic leaders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Tamika Wallace, Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Health. You may come forward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I rise today not to make it clear that while I support the intent of this motion, I cannot support it in its current form. If we are truly serious about prioritizing adolescent health as a national issue, then this motion must be amended to reflect the realities and responsibilities of its implementation. As I stand here, I must commend the government's efforts to develop a comprehensive education curriculum focused on sex education and wellness for our youth. However, it is naive to believe that curriculum alone can alter behavior and curb the rising cases of STIs, teenage pregnancy, and domestic violence. More so, UNAIDS 2023 reports that youths aged 15 to 24 account for 28% of new HIV infections, with the Caribbean close behind at 27% of roughly 15,000 cases. Knowledge in the classroom is clearly not translating into healthier choices in the real world. Madam Speaker,
I would firstly like to urge the government to launch a national public health campaign alongside this curriculum, which does not only educate parents and teachers, but also our religious leaders. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I must propose some questions to the chamber. Where in this motion is the queer youth who hears only about heterosexual relationships and begins to believe that they do not deserve love or safety? Where is the visually impaired student who receives no accessible materials? A 2024 systematic review by Merle O'Farley found that LGBTQ plus youth report earlier sexual activity and are 5 times more likely to be diagnosed with STIs than their heterosexual peers, a pattern mirrored for other marginalized groups. Which means that if our health education excludes them, it is not comprehensive. It becomes discriminatory. The Ministry of Health must lead by training health workers in gender sensitivity, disability awareness, and while equipping educators to deliver inclusive, accessible information. More so, Madam Speaker, no adolescent should have to choose between their identity and the right to proper sexual health. Madam Speaker, we cannot call this education comprehensive unless it reflects the entire adolescent experience, not just the parts you find comfortable. Madam Speaker, thirdly, the health of our adolescents is no longer threatened by only unprotected sex or poor diet, but by WhatsApp forwards, TikTok hacks, and YouTube short content. In Guyana, access to internet-based education remains inconsistent and underfunded. The internet is filled with false cures, body-shaming influencers, and predatory adults. Many of our youth becoming victims to non-consensual image sharing, catfishing and grooming, and misinformation about sexual health. A 2018 Pew Research Center report found that 59% of young teens experience at least one form of online sexual abuse. This is why we must teach how to spot health misinformation and how to report and block the threats. The Ministry of Health should partner with digital safety NGOs, tech companies, and telecoms to provide real-time
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Real-time, culturally rooted content. Madam Speaker, today's adolescents isn't just navigating puberty, they are surviving a digital battleground. So let us equip them with more than just a biology textbook. In closing, I challenge this honorable House. Let us not pat ourselves on the back for proposing health education unless we are prepared to fund it, defend it, teach it boldly, and implement it equitably. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll now call on Honorable Desha Venture, Minister within the Ministry of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. June 16, 2019, gay activist Joel Simpson attacked a club, beaten by 6 men at Border Market, Newsroom, Guyana. April 2, 2025, this man dies after set on fire by Venezuelan woman, Kaichor News. April 8, 2025, woman shot dead by a strange boyfriend who then attempted suicide. iNews Guyana. Madam Speaker, when will the injustice end? Madam Speaker, in an article published by the Pan-Caribbean Partnership Against HIV/AIDS, it is revealed that in Guyana, gender-based violence affects a significant portion of women and girls. In fact, Madam Speaker, this 2019 survey found that 55% of women in relationships experience domestic violence in their lifetime. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we can say that in a village of 1,000 women in relationships, 550 of those women are likely to experience domestic violence. Women, can you imagine being awoken by slaps and kicks and then being left to bear the psychological burden of it all? Come on, members of the opposition. How can you oppose such a woman that serves to protect women from these situations? Have a heart and vote for this motion that can cause change. Madam Speaker, it is clear that our nation lacks a comprehensive implementation to reduce such cases. A study published in the year 2023 by the Australia's National Research Organization for Women's Safety highlights the importance of early intervention in education to end the cycle of gender-based violence. It shows that the persistent sensitization of adolescents on relationships and respect resulted in a decrease in bullying and sexual harassment from a whopping 11.8% to 10.3% and 8.7% to 5.9%. Therefore, Madam Speaker, if we expose our young people to the right curated programs, it reduces the chances of acts of violence in the future. Madam Speaker, these gender-based crimes are not just affecting the livelihoods of our youths, but it is affecting their future financial freedom and hindering economic development. According to the International Monetary Fund, it costs societies an estimated 1.5 to 2% of their GDP, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can also never disregard the rising rates of teenage pregnancy in our nation, which continues to dig a deeper hole for the victims themselves. In a 2021 United Population Fund article, it was revealed that in the year 2019 alone, Madam Speaker, adolescent pregnancies cost our nation over 1 billion Guyana dollars in lost income, productivity, tax revenue, and healthcare expenses. Madam Speaker, can you now imagine that this 1 billion Guyana dollars cannot even compare to the billions spent by all HIV victims? The Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS reported a 14% increase in new HIV cases in 2023. And while there is no cure, Madam Speaker, many victims still face severe financial hardship despite the free government services provided. The National Institute of Health notes that HIV often leads to poverty, especially among women and youth, due to the loss of income from unemployment, reduced access to education, and poor disease management, which, Madam Speaker, fuels financial instability. Madam Speaker, there's a saying that knowledge is power. Therefore, Madam Speaker, when we deny our youth such power, we are not protecting them, but we are leaving them vulnerable to preventable challenges that can shape their entire future. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, these challenges carry an economic price tag.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would like to request 1 more minute for the honorable member.
Request denied.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll now call on Honorable Ezra Binti, Shadow Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, may I speak? No, not. We didn't have the 1 minute mark.
Madam Speaker,
You may begin.
no, I would wish to bring to your attention that it was not announced for the previous speaker when she had 1 minute remaining.
I'll be more mindful in the future.
Thank
but
you, Madam
I did think I said it. Honorable member, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of this motion put forward by the Minister of Education, as it is an urgent response to the silent crisis threatening the future of our youth. It's a conversation we have put off for far too long, and our silence has left an entire generation to face these issues alone. While this motion accurately highlights the concerning rates of teenage pregnancy, HIV infections, and gender-based violence, the true human impact of these numbers is oftentimes lost in our daily conversations. A complacency we can no longer afford, as every day we delay, we risk another child's future to ignorance and circumstance. The stats we see from organizations like United Nations and the Pan American Health Organization from just in 2023 paint a stark picture. These groups reported Guyana requires approximately 74 births for 1,000 girls between the ages of 15 and 19, a rate that is alarmingly high and the highest in the English-speaking Caribbean. This data further reveals that when it comes to HIV infections, young people and adolescents between the ages of 15 and 24 accounted for 14% of newly recorded cases. I don't want us to think of these as just numbers. These are our brothers, or sisters, or friends, and or classmates whose futures are being compromised. More than just statistics, but proof that our current approach is simply not working. This is where the power of teaching and learning comes in. Effective sex education provides our young people with the scientifically accurate, age-appropriate knowledge they need to make informed decisions about consent, healthy relationships, and preventing STIs. Where else would they get this crucial information? From friends? From misleading content on social media? From the man in the corner with the drops and the sweet words? In a society where these conversations are often seen as taboo at home, the school becomes a vital, consistent, and neutral environment where adolescents can access facts, ask questions, and be guided by trained professionals. And yet, I must address a critical weakness in the current government's approach. This motion's first be it resolved clause uses the word comprehensive, a buzzword used to express intentions with no concrete plans. Madam Speaker, I must ask, what does a comprehensive curriculum actually look like? A word in a motion is not a curriculum, and it is not a strategy, and it's not a word in a motion is not a curriculum. And yes, this motion is worth debating. Otherwise, this motion will turn out just like the half-baked framework we're trying to replace. As of right now, this motion has little quality, no substance, and no concrete plan. But let's fix it. That is why I stand here today to propose concrete amendments that are multi-year and spiraled. First, Madam Speaker, we don't buy a car without a test drive. Hence, we should not roll out a new, sensitive, and deeply important curriculum without a proper trial. As noted by a 2019 guidance note from UNICEF on health interventions, it is essential to establish a robust monitoring framework to track the curriculum's impact on key health indicators, moving beyond mere implementation and into a state of continuous improvement. Only through this commitment to ongoing analysis can we truly guarantee that it truly serves the future of our youth. Second, this curriculum must be enhanced with dedicated health and mental health expertise in our classrooms. This approach is endorsed by institutions like the Center for Disease Control and Prevention as of 2024, which highlights how qualified health education reduces risky behavior while increasing help seeking for mental health. This plan mandates that certified experts be brought in to lead sessions on topics such as STI prevention, mental wellness, and consent. Finally, and perhaps most critically, the curriculum must be trauma-informed. As emphasized by the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, this framework is vital for fostering a positive school environment and strengthening student resilience. This means...
remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This means that both the content and its delivery will be designed to recognize the sensitive nature of these topics. Madam Speaker, I must admit, when I first heard this motion, I thought, hold up, doesn't HFLE already fix all of this? Then I sat back and remembered HFLE exists, but in the same way gym memberships do in January. Full of promises, but rarely follow through. The current HFLE curriculum tries to cover everything over, under, and around the sun, and as a result, sex and reproductive health are oftentimes glossed over or skipped entirely. Let us not be the generation that fails to protect the next. So I urge this House, don't just pass this motion, amend it. Let us move beyond platitudes and sweet promises to build a pragmatic community-based approach that will truly thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now call on a response from Honorable Sophia Aziz, Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, as I rise again, I must admit, as I listened to the arguments brought forward by the opposition, I realized one thing and one thing only. Only they could dress flawed reasoning in fancy words and present it like it's a national policy. Madam Speaker, if I had $5,000 for every time I heard them make excuses, I could fund this entire program myself. I digress. We are not here to engage in verbal showmanship. We are here to address a crisis that continues to rob our young people of their safety. We are here to protect the future of our children, and that is something this motion does without apology. Madam Speaker, the Shadow Minister of Local Government and Regional Development started off on the right note, agreeing that comprehensive health and development education is necessary. She spoke as though she was reading from our notes. If you agree that the roof is leaking and you agree that the rain is pouring, then why reject the motion? The only pure plausible for ignorance, Madam Speaker, is education. So yes, that is what we propose. Furthermore, the Honorable Member then went on to preach about cost. Implementing this program will require funding, yes, but prevention is far cheaper than the cost of teenage pregnancies, HIV, and long-term social health care burdens. Every dollar invested in education saves countless resources later. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Health tried. I'll give her that, but efforts does not excuse errors, and her arguments collapsed under the weight of their own flaws. The Honorable Member said that sex education cannot be confined to a curriculum, but my Minister of Local Government and Regional Development just launched the Regional Youth Innovation Challenge. It was only 5 years ago. To remind them, she said, quote, "It is a partnership between my ministry, the Ministry of Education, our RDCs, and schools across Guyana." Honorable members of the opposition, please listen to the entirety of our motion before saying that it doesn't have any merit. Honorable members, you are contradicting yourselves. Madam Speaker, will we protect our children, or will we let them remain trapped in cycles of harm and potential? The opposition can focus on our 1-minute extensions, but we're focused on our 5-year. Is overdue. Let's reject fear and stand united for every child before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Deputy Clerk.
Private members' business motions.
Honorable members, the first private member's motion on the order paper stands in the name of the Honorable Shadow Minister of Health. Honorable Shahil Wilson, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I, Shakil Wilson, as Shadow Minister of Health, rise in this noble house to move this motion under my name entitled A National Response to Reduce Non-Communicable Diseases in Guyana.
Is there a seconder?
I second the motion.
Honorable members?
Madam Speaker, permit me to start by giving a background to our plea. Non-communicable diseases, known as NCDs, are those diseases that cannot spread from person to person, but are as a result of environmental conditions, genetics, and poor lifestyle choices. The real issue today is that these diseases are on the rise. And in Guyana, the narrative seems to be unchanged. A mother is suffering from a stroke, a family hungry because the breadwinner lost a limb to diabetes, children watching loved ones die from a heart attack. I reiterate that Guyana is not immune to this, and this is why this opposition tabled this motion. For instance, Madam Speaker, in 2016 alone, the Pan American Health Organization revealed that 68% of all deaths in Guyana were due to NCDs. Even more alarming, a 2024 study done by Hatton et al., based on autopsies from 2018 to 2023 at the Georgetown Public Hospital, found that 51% of all natural deaths were due to cardiovascular events. To add insult to injury, the International Diabetes Federation projects that 101,200 people would be diagnosed with diabetes by 2050 in Guyana. So I say that non-communicable diseases are the leading cause of death in Guyana. And let us not forget the silent burden, mental health, which continues to be largely overlooked, yet affects thousands. Madam Speaker, it would be unbelievable if this government, knowing the havoc NCDs cause, still rejected this motion. If so, I would like to ask the Honorable Prime Minister, is this government allergic to saving lives? Madam Speaker, I urge the government to take decisive actions to tackle the root cause of this issue, our diet. So I call on my Guyanese people to free themselves from the shackles of our ancestors who taught us to drown our food in salt, pile mountains of rice, and treat 5 tennis rolls as if it's an appetizer. Combined with a sedentary lifestyle, we are eating our way to death, because this is how our people eat, a mountain of cook-up rice. And we all know that after this, it is not a walk or a workout, but a loud, unapologetic sleep. We must push our people towards proven solutions like the dietary approach to stop hypertension and the Mediterranean diets. These diets focus on low sodium, healthy fats, increased fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. Harvard reports a 10% reduced risk in hypertension with the DASH diet alone. To achieve this, I recommend a national education campaign, incentives for healthy vendors, healthier school meals, and more nutritionists in our health centers. Madam Speaker, nutritionists in our centers must not only teach what to eat, but how to prepare it. And they should ensure our schools have healthy meals, not just popcorn and school biscuit. Further, NCDs are an immense burden on our healthcare system. Our hospitals are clogged and our clinics overwhelmed. Sadly, our people cannot receive the quality care they deserve, not because of our dedicated staff, but because the system remains chronically understaffed. In 2022, the World Health Organization noted that Guyana had 21 physicians. Yes, Madam Speaker, 21 physicians per 100,000 people, far below their recommendation. Unbelievable. Madam Speaker, I therefore urge the Minister of Health to lead a task force to confront this growing crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ministers of Labor, Agriculture, Youth, Education, and Amerindian Affairs all have roles to play. This demands nothing less than a whole of government response. Madam Speaker, let us support this motion because lives are at stake. So I propose this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder?
Right here. I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion is proposed. Honorable Tanika Anthon, Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Education.
Thank you,
You may
Madam
begin.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the motion, a national legislative response to reduce non-communicable diseases in Guyana. The motion is clear. Legislate to reduce NCDs by regulating unhealthy foods in schools, mandating nutrition labels on street foods, and subsidizing local fruits and vegetables. Madam Speaker, diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease are no longer mere statistics. They are the silent killers, stealing futures and bleeding our health system dry. In Guyana today, it's not ignorance, but inaccessibility that keeps people from eating healthy. Soft drinks cost less than pineapples, and chips cost less than beans. A mother may know what's healthy, but if she cannot afford it, what choice does she have? The World Bank Guyana Economic Update, April 2023 by Cathy Chu reported food price inflation in Guyana surged to 13.8%, with a severe impact on low-income, rural, and indigenous families. This is a daily crisis. In real life, a mother must choose between buying rice for the week or a few vegetables for the day. Children drink sugary drinks instead of water, and a father skips his hypertension pills to afford school shoes for his child. Meanwhile, NCDs continues to rise unchecked. The Guyana Health Vision 2030 by Dr. Leslie Ramsamy in 2021 states 70% of deaths in Guyana are caused by NCDs. That is 7 out of every 10 deaths premature and preventable. This is not no random misfortune. They are the byproducts of poverty, of poor diets made worse by expensive healthy foods, and of health system overburdened with curative care instead of prevention. We hand out healthy living advice, but fail to make healthy living possible. We all know that education without access is like teaching someone to swim with their legs chained. Some may argue health campaigns are enough, but knowledge without affordable option is useless. Others fear regulation will harm street vendors. But I ask, if survival comes at a cost of spreading diseases, are we really surviving, or are we slowly sinking together? Regulation is not punishment, it is protection. Madam Speaker, to break this cycle, we propose three vital legislative action. One, to regulate unhealthy food in schools and improve school feeding programs. Ban sodas, sugary snacks, and ultra-processed food in school canteens. Why schools? Because habits are formed young. PAHO's July 2022 bulletin by Dr. Carla Bernard shows Guyanese children aged 10 to 14 consume twice the daily sugar, rising lifetime risk of NCDs. If their first taste of nutrition is soda and snack cake, we have failed them before they begin. Next, mandatory nutritional labels on street food. In markets across Guyana, fried foods are sold with no information about sugar, salt, fats, or additives. People are eating blindly, and that blindness costing lives. Think about this. If cigarette packs are required by law to show health warnings, why should a greasy bag of fries escape scrutiny? In Mexico, the introduction of front-of-pack nutrition labels in 2020 led to a 23% drop in purchases of high-sugar foods within a year, as stated in BMJ Global Health, Lupus Garcia et al. 2021. We can do the same. Lastly, subsidies for local fruits and vegetables. The Guyana Agriculture Roadmap 2022, authored by the Ministry of Agriculture, stated that only 28% of local produce reaches national market due to high transportation and preservation costs. Subsidies can change this, letting farmers bring fresh produce to market at competitive prices, making healthy food more accessible. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This will also boost local agriculture and cut reliance on imported processed goods. Madam Speaker, this is about equity and justice. I have seen elders split pills to make them last. Children drink energy drinks for breakfast. Women choose between vegetables and bus fare to the health center. Why should a poor child eat differently from a rich one? Why should income determine life expectancy? Change is possible. In 2020, Barbados introduced school food regulations to fight childhood obesity. In just 2 years, childhood obesity fell by 12% according to Barbados Ministry of Education Report 2022. So let us legislate to uplift. Let us out of foresight. Let us not only dream of a healthy Guyana, let us build it with courage, compassion, and conviction. Madam Speaker, I commend this motion to the House. Let's act before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Akila Christopher, Minister within the Ministry of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to reject the motion that is before this noble House. Madam Speaker, let me begin with a bit of honesty. In Guyana today, more people know the price for a 3-piece KFC meal than they know the level of their blood pressure. So I challenge each of you here today to say that you have checked your blood pressure for the last 7 days. Let me be clear, Madam Speaker. Non-communicable diseases are a serious challenge in Guyana. This motion have good intentions, but good intentions alone do not make effective policy. This motion proposes the creation of large-scale NCD prevention and control plan. And that sounds good, but when examined, Madam Speaker, we see that these measures will fail. Madam Speaker, it is sad to say that this motion is trying to use a bulldozer to swat a mosquito. It is costly, clumsy, and unnecessary because this government already has measures in place to tackle NCDs. Creating a giant multi-ministry mega plan is not the magic pill. Madam Speaker, this government has several documents and support in place to reduce these diseases. Here is the Strategic Plan 2013 to 2020 by Ministry of Health and the Pan-American Global Action Plan for Preventing Non-Communicable Diseases 2013 to 2020. Madam Speaker, there was a 21% reduction in deaths caused by NCDs from the year 2016 to 2021, according to the guidelines by the World Health Organization. dated November 12, 2021, the Pan-American STEP Survey of Non-Communicable Diseases and the Risk Factors in Guyana 2016 states that approximately 1 in 4 adults in Guyana have not had their blood pressure, blood sugar, or total cholesterol measured. Imagine if those persons adhere to the system. Madam Speaker, let me show why this motion is very ineffective. First, Madam Speaker, NCDs are largely linked to lifestyle choices, diet, exercise, smoking, and alcohol. No plant nutrition targets can force people to eat less fried chicken or soy oil and water because these solutions are not in the personal space of people. And it is sad to say that Guyanese people love to eat everything. One example, Madam Speaker, is that a member of my community who is an amputee from diabetes still consumes alcohol and sugary foods even though she knows the danger. Second, Madam Speaker, this plan will consume millions from meetings, reports, and monitoring, and these monies can be better spent on strengthening current systems, not building an additional infrastructure that might move slower down our eastbound traffic. Madam Speaker, even though Guyana has a financial luxury from our oil wealth, we must not waste it. A plan of this nature will require a lot in each region, Madam Speaker. So I urge all of us here to ask ourselves, do we need this motion? Third, Madam Speaker, this plan promotes a danger for accountability. Health is not just a government issue or an opposition issue. It is personal.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we keep creating massive programs for every public health challenge, we risk promoting dependency and the idea that the government will always fix it. The idea here, Madam Speaker, is that the government has been fixing it while our people are stubborn and still eating unhealthy. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this mega motion to fight NCDs is like fighting dragons or invisible aliens. I cannot acknowledge this motion. It is costly, redundant, and responsibility. Madam Speaker, we as the government are not against good health, but we know that people do not adhere to healthy eating. So I urge honorable members on the opposite side of this house to go back to the drafting table because this motion is rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Jasmine Crawford, Shadow Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, honorable members of Youth Parliament, fellow Guyanese, today, not only as a Shadow Minister of Natural Resources, but as a concerned citizen, a daughter of this soil, and a voice for communities across the country. From the rice fields of Essequibo and to the mountains of Pacaraimos, who are silently suffering under this epidemic. Non-communicable diseases. We often speak of oil, of bauxite and gold, our national treasures. But members of the government, Madam Speaker, what good is national prosperity if it comes at the cost of our citizens' lives? Article 24 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana guarantees every citizen the right to medical attention and social care in cases of old age and disability. Today, I bring before this House a motion grounded in urgency and our constitutional duty to protect public health. Call for the establishment of a national non-communicable disease and prevention 2025 to 2030, a comprehensive multi-sectorial strategy to fight the NCD epidemic in Guyana. Now, why does this matter?
You see, an article published by the Ministry of Health 2019 highlighted that in Region 4 alone, more than 35% of adults suffer from hypertension. An article published by Starbuck News in 2018 highlighted that in Region 6, more than 68% of persons suffered diabetic amputation. Madam Speaker, members of the government, I have personally witnessed how devastating NCDs can be. My aunt, a vibrant lecturer who was attached to the Sarasota College of Education, lost her right leg just last year due to a diabetic amputation. She was vibrant, she was hopeful, and sadly, she lost her leg. I saw how hard it was for her to adjust to this new change. While everybody was on their feet, she was confined to a wheelchair. Madam Speaker, members of the government, NDCs can affect anyone, regardless of race or social status. It can affect any one of us any day. Therefore, I seek to speak specifically on the fourth whereas clause. Through prevention, treatment, and health promotion, this is not a vague aspiration. It is a binding target that Guyana, along with the other UN member states, have committed to under the Agenda for 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, this motion is a national step in alignment with our international obligation. It recognizes that reducing premature deaths by 1/3 is not only possible, it is necessary, it is measurable, and it is long overdue. By passing this motion and implementing the National NDC Prevention and Control Plan, we move from commitment to concrete action. We give life to SDG 3.4 by recommendation 1, expanding screening and treatment across all 10 regions, promoting healthy eating, physical activity, and early checkups, launching targeted health education campaigns, including mandatory daily physical activities in school, legislating healthy environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker. By establishing wellness hubs and expanding kitchen gardens. And finally, financing prevention through health impact levy. Therefore, this motion is not only about policy, but it is for the sake of every heartbeat, every life, and every limb. Let the record show this 10th Youth Parliament recognized the urgency. This 10th Youth Parliament acted boldly, unitedly, for the sake of our dear country, Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chantel Davis Daniels, Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to say, nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save the working class from being beaten below the poverty line by rejecting this motion, as it is impractical to impose, burdensome to small businesses, and fails to address the deeper roots of unhealthy eating habits. Some honorable members may tell you this motion is a cure for the rising tide of non-communicable diseases or NCDs, that regulations, labeling, and subsidies will usher in a new era of healthy living. At first glance, this sounds healthy, this sounds noble, but noble intentions do not automatically translate to effective or fair policy. The opposition calls for a national response to NCDs in Guyana. Yet, this motion only addresses unhealthy foods in schools and unlabeled street foods. The Cambridge Dictionary defines national as relating to all parts of a nation as a whole, rather than to any part of it. Might I remind you, honorable members, that this is not an elitist government? Madam Speaker, while I acknowledge the importance of nutritional labels, I do not see any on these established and well-known food containers. But anyways, street foods in Guyana is not made in shiny factories. It is a mother a father working hard from their kitchen or on the roadside in Letem. According to the Tourism Guyana in 2020, any of our delicious and inexpensive foods is the best way to fully immerse oneself in our diverse and amazing culture. And let us be honest, no one buys an egg ball or fish and chip expecting to receive a salad. Labels here would have little influence on consumer choice and huge negative impacts on our vendor survival. To label every roti and curry means forcing small vendors into bureaucratic hoops they cannot afford. Naturally, this is where my ministry comes in. We ensure a conducive environment that supports vendors and the general livelihood of all Guyanese. For instance, in the hinterlands, the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission Environmental Compliance Reports details how this government has taken decisive steps to reduce these environmental risk factors by enforcing stricter guidelines in mining, reducing mercury use, and safeguarding our air and water quality. Madam Speaker, permit me to enter the classroom. In order for the $100 chips lady to label her snacks, she must lose sale times by visiting multiple agencies, and which becomes a financial strain. And what will the $100 chips lady do? Become the $500 chips lady. And who will pay? The same low-income households this motion's whereas clause claims to support or care about. Class dismissed. Now, when you regulate the sale of unhealthy foods in schools, who decides what is unhealthy? Today, it might be fried plantain. Tomorrow, it could be bakes and cane juice from the street vendor. Be ready to tell a mother in Barbies that the patty she sells at the school to support her family is now illegal? That is not police. That is not protection. That is policing culture. According to the behavioral psychologist Dr. Susan Carnell in 2020, strict bans risk creating a forbidden fruit effect, where students crave and consume these foods more outside of school hours. That is 16 hours per day of unregulated cravings and consumptions. What we need is education and moderation, like Ghana's Eat Healthy, Grow Healthy program, not blanket prohibitions that encourages defiances and loopholes. Some say, Minister, health comes first, and I agree. But our health is not just what we eat. It is the roof over our heads, the waters in our taps, and the dignity.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the dignity of earning a living without fear of losing it to a red tape. You cannot build healthy diets on empty wallets. You cannot fight NCDs by punishing the very communities you claim to protect. Madam Speaker, this government welcomes the concerns around NCDs, but urges that this motion be refined to recognize ongoing national efforts, such as the National School Feeding Program through the Ministry of Education, or the free outdoor gym in the National Park through the Protected Areas Commission in 2024. Let us not duplicate efforts or impose policies that may do more harm than good. Instead, move forward in united, practical, inclusive action. If we pass this motion without thinking, we risk alienating the very people we are trying to help. And for that, Madam Speaker, I urge this House to reject this motion in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Wikendi Camp, Shadow Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I rise today not just as the Shadow Minister of Agriculture, but as a produce of the soil. Madam Speaker, I know what it means to weed a garden before the sun comes up and go to school with a belly half empty, but my pockets full of hope. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture will present shortly. And yes, Madam Speaker, it will sound sweet to the ears, but permit me to say this: planting big promises in Parliament and harvesting excuses in the community is not leadership. That is storytelling, or I might say, barbershop yapping. Madam Speaker, Clause 3 speaks to high cost of living, making it hard for people to eat healthy. But let us not pretend this is just a line in the motion. This clause is the reality for thousands of Guyanese families. When food prices rise beyond reach, healthy eating becomes nearly impossible. And when nutrition suffers, so does public health. NCDs like diabetes, hypertension, and heart diseases are closely linked to poor diets, while poor diets are rooted in poverty. But don't just take my word for it. An article from The Guardian titled, Healthy Eating, Low-Income Families Can't Afford It, puts it simply. You cannot shame people into health when they are priced out of it. Moreover, a May 2025 report from the Bureau of Statistics show that food prices in Georgetown rose by over 75% between 2021 and 2025. Staples like Edo, cassava, and plantain increased by over 122%. Basic leafy vegetables went up by 110%. That's not luxurious items. These are everyday local vegetables, and yet they are becoming harder for families to afford. Now, Madam Speaker, let's take a walk down memory lane. Yes, the government gave fertilizer subsidies. They promised farm to market roads. They even said if farmers don't want fertilizers, they can opt for cash incentives. But what did this do? Did it lower food prices? Did it make healthy eating more affordable? Did it ease the burden of families? Not even close. If we want to improve public health, we must address food affordability in a serious manner. Healthy eating should be within reach for every household. However, Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality is our esteemed government keep handing out speeches like free samples. But where's the action? While the people of this great country are fighting to survive, the government, if I may say so respectfully, seems to be on a Jet 2 holiday. Flying above the real struggles of everyday Guyanese men and women. 5-star comfort for them, while dry coconut and ramens for the people. But it is time to stop writing fairy tales in Parliament and start writing policies that put real local nutritious food on real people's plate. So yes, Madam Speaker, we the opposition ruin for the people of Guyana, because it is time somebody stand up and say enough is enough. Rep for the farmers, for the vendors, for the families trying to make ends meet and still stay healthy. If this government is serious about reducing NCDs, then stop shooting down our motion as if we're merry mouses. We are just here to ensure y'all gonna get it right. The people of Guyana are tired of speeches, tired of maybe next year, tired of being told to eat better when they can't afford to eat at all. Madam Speaker, we outside with the people, with the truth, with a fire to fix this broken food system. All differences aside. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me to not present a better approach. From the very beginning of time, walking through those doors has often meant dividing ourselves into government and opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But if we truly love this great country, as we so eloquently demonstrate when the cameras are on, and stand before this great nation and proclaim our commitment to its well-being, then why can't we come together, build on each other's ideas, and stop the constant cycle of criticism? Let us move forward with, I recommend, tax incentive for small-scale farmers and agro-processors, real investment in market access infrastructures, mandate a local food quota for all public institutions like schools, hospitals, and prisons. Make them source 40% of their food from local farmers. Because the cost of living won't drop by chance, it will drop by policies. Madam Speaker, let's stop feeding the people with promises. Let's feed them with healthy foods. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Brendan Prince, Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members,
Reducing non-communicable diseases is an aspiration that every level-headed Guyanese can support. But the motion before us attempts to fix the problem at the plate when the origins stem long before in the soil, the seed, the supply chain. And by using this generation standards, it's safe to assume that the logics just are not logicking. And any mathematician could tell you that 2 plus 2 would give you 53 and a quarter. According to the World Obesity Federation, obesity prevalence in Guyana is projected to reach 20.2% for men, 35.5% for women, and 15.7% of children ranging from ages 5 to 19. Determined by these metrics, it's safe to acquit that diabetes is parading through these streets like it's mushroom money. We all see the crisis, but healthy food is too hard to find or too perishable to last till your next payday. Madam Speaker, pineapples are cheaper than a soft drink. In what economy? Because evidently it is not ours. Madam Speaker, the opposition are not forward thinkers. They have one goal: to spend, spend, spend. Madam Speaker, they are limited to thinking about what is and not what is being done already or what we plan to do in the future, which, Madam Speaker, is why they exist on that side of the club, because it is transparent that they did not and still do not have what it takes to chill with the big dogs. It is professed that we should give each small man a chance, but who do you think is paying these small men? Madam Speaker, certainly not the opposition, who would rather portray the government as useless and self-serving. But Madam Speaker, you and I both know that is not how the business goes. In our ways, this government useless, but said government harbors a partnership with the Pan-American Health Organization and World Health Organization, aiming to improve detection, treatment, and protocols with relation to cases of hypertension, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. This good-for-nothing government happens to be the same government that earmarked over $900 million. I repeat, $100 million dedicated to NDC programs as announced in the National 2023 budget. Madam Speaker, if I were to embark on the journey identifying the irrelevance of this government, you might as well give me a map and call me Columbus, because I would find none of the aforementioned actions irrelevant. Madam Speaker, I oblige you to inquire if these are irrelevant actions, or is this just a disapproved, insignificant clause? The opposition's resolution to regulate unhealthy foods in schools, to label nutritional content on foods, and to provide subsidies for local fruits and vegetables. Madam Speaker, how many times must one conduct the same experiment to arrive at the same conclusion when schools ban food colored sugar water and snacks drowned in oil? Children still have access to these foods at home. The school could lock the fridge all they want, but the streets are calling these children by their full government name. To subsidize fruits and vegetables would be to voluntarily decapitate Guyana's economy. Madam Speaker, this is not ancient France where we exercise the joints of a guillotine every now and then. This is Guyana. And if you want a glimpse into what would happen should fruits and vegetables be subsidized, cast your gaze to the northwest of Guyana and feast your eyes upon the waning Venezuela, once regarded as a wealthy nation, now reduced to thieving land, all because every other thing was subsidized. No matter what this motion proclaims, I can assure you, Madam Speaker, as irrelevant as the opposition would like the government to be perceived, we would never let that happen to Guyana. We would never put it there, Madam Speaker. The pressure is getting wet. We cannot, I repeat, we simply cannot cultivate our way out of bad diets. The most we can do is the most we can do. Madam Speaker,
I urge you to direct me to whichever part of the Constitution dictates that an individual should not buy a 10-piece wings at KFC. It is their democratic right and pure free will. So, Madam Speaker, it is utterly immoral to attempt to regulate what people consume. But when you don't hear, you just what?
Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you, honorable member. I'll now call on Honorable Colleen Winter, Minister of Amerindian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I rise today to respectfully oppose the motion through the intention to reduce non-communicable diseases, NCDs, in Guyana is noble. I believe that the proposed approach is impractical, potentially wasteful, and risks repeating mistakes we have already seen in the public health policy making. First, Madam Speaker, let me be honest. Guyana is not without a plan. We already have a strategic plan for the integrated prevention and control of the chronic NCDs, and multi-sectoral blueprint involving education, prevention, and health and community health systems. Despite its detailed provisions, it fell short in key areas, not because the ideas were bad, but because of poor implementation, inadequate funding, and sheer difficulty of coordinating multiple ministries. Introducing yet another national NCD prevention and control plan risks creating a second layer of administration without addressing the fundamental problem. Execution. Step back. The motion calls for sweeping legislation to regulate food sales in schools, label street food, and subsidize fruits and vegetables. Madam Speaker, in theory, this sounds good, but in reality, Guyana's street food vendors are a part of our culture and economy. Introducing mandatory label for every curry, roti, palari, or cook-up rice stall will not only be costly but may push small vendors out of business. The Bureau of Statistics notes in a 2020 report that over 60% of the informal employment in Guyana is tied to small-scale and street-based trade. Straining these vendors with regularity demands risks taking away livelihoods without clear guarantee improving national health outcomes. Third, Madam Speaker, this establishment of National Health Council may sound like a step forward, but this too adds up to administrative overhead without addressing on-the-ground realities. Our regional health authorities already exist and are mandated to monitor health outcomes and report to the Ministry of Health. Adding another council risks duplication of work into interagency confusion, which in Guyana has often led to delayed political disputes and watered down results. Madam Speaker, the fight against NCDs is indeed important, but the best solutions are targeted, localized, and community-driven, not heavy-handed from frameworks to drain resources. For example, the Rural Health Community Worker Program in Barimawini showed significant success in early NCD detection without a massive new legislation. These communities-based interventions are faster, more flexible, and less expensive than large national councils. Finally, I must point out this elephant in the room. Guyana is currently directing billions towards ministerial. Guyana is currently directing billions towards transformative infrastructure, energy projects, a broad multi-ministerial NCD plan with subsidies, labeling projects, and enforcement with a new health council will require, if not hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Before we commit to scarce resources with expansive health plan, we must ask ourselves whether those funds would be better in improving existing clinics.
Remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hiring more nurses and increasing access to basic medicine. medication, which would also benefit the NCD patients. Madam Speaker, opposing this motion does not mean ignoring NCDs. It means recognizing national standard measure legislative approach is not effective or efficient for a way forward for Guyana. We must focus on strengthening what already exists, investing directly in local health initiatives, and removing barriers to healthcare access rather than building new layers of regulation and administration. For these reasons, I cannot support the motion as it stands, and I urge this honorable House reject it as in favor of more targeted, sustainable, and community-led solutions. With respect, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll now call on Honorable Anaya Garnett, Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Housing and Water.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members in Parliament, I proudly step forward as the Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Housing and Water to support this motion. But before I do, I must acknowledge that the government has done an excellent job of failing to provide help for the people in this nation. Madam Speaker, they may have put systems in place, but the sad truth is that these very systems are failing our people and putting their lives at risk rather than saving them. Madam Speaker, the Department of Public Information published an article on April 8, 2023. In this article, the Commission pointed out, listen, that more than 74% of deaths in our country are now linked to non-communicable diseases, with over 32% of those deaths occurring far too early in life. This, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable, and we must do better for our people. Additionally, on August 16, 2024, the Guyana Times published an article where the World Health Organization stated that among all public health threats that have emerged in the recent years, none has impacted the very foundations of public health as profoundly as the rise of chronic non-communicable diseases. These diseases, driven by poor lifestyle choices such as tobacco use, excessive alcohol consumption, unhealthy diet, and physical inactivity, have led to the untimely loss of many lives among our youths. Furthermore, NCDs also put a severe strain on the pockets of low-income households in Guyana. Medical costs, particularly essential for diabetes, often take up a large portion of their income. Although insulin is free, it is rarely available, forcing people to spend money on expensive medication or receive no treatment at all. When combined with the inability to work due to their illnesses, the loss of income makes things even harder, making health for all a dream rather than a reality. The government may claim that there's a $10,000 universal health voucher. But let's be real, what can $10,000 do? Madam Speaker, this voucher only covers certain tests and procedures. It does not include all the necessary tests, such as MRIs or various cancer screenings, and it certainly does not cover the cost of the essential ongoing treatments that may be required. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with the opposition, we urge the government to take immediate and decisive action. Firstly, we call for the removal of those test limitations on universal health vouchers, an increase in the amount provided, and the creation of a voucher specifically for covering treatments and assisting those in need of long-term and extensive care. Secondly, healthcare workers should be required to screen the entire family when one member has fallen ill due to a non-communicable disease. In this way, an early treatment can be done, resulting in lower costs. Can't we agree? Thirdly, not every household has the means to afford a space gym membership or has access to a gym in their community. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I firmly propose that a community gym be constructed in every regional district. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we highly request that the government... Thank you, Madam Speaker. We highly request that the government decrease the import of tobacco, cigarettes, and alcohol while raising their taxes, because rum does bother we. Look at the NCD, it beating the population. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Devrani Narain, Minister of Health. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members of the House, I stand here today not just as the Minister of Health, but as someone who carries the heartbeat of every household across this beautiful country. Let me be clear, Madam Speaker. While the opposition motion speaks to an important issue, it's incomplete, unrealistic, and this government will not support it in its current form. Non-communicable diseases don't arrive like respectful neighbors. They barge in, unannounced and unavoidable. We're talking heart diseases, diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and even stroke. Madam Speaker, the opposition cooked up this motion calling for a national NCD prevention and control plan. And Madam Speaker, I'll give credit where it is worth. It's a decent motion and their timing is not bad, but they served it up like a pot of half-cooked cook-up. Plenty ingredients missing. And that is why this government is here to deliver results and solution. They want to regulate unhealthy foods in school, label street foods, subsidize fruits and vegetables. Great in theory, but what happened to a budget, enforcement plan, and buying from vendors and farmers? Madam Speaker, health budgets are not bottomless. Guyana is still balancing COVID-19 recovery, maternal and child health investment, and critical infrastructure upgrade. Every new program must be created and phased before rushing without funding, because rushing without funding is a recipe for chaos. Madam Speaker, our healthcare staff are already stretched to the limit, working long compensated overtime hours. Adding multiple ministries and a costly subsidy program would overburden them. And Madam Speaker, this kind of reckless budgeting is exactly why the honorable members are sitting on the opposition bench today and not on this side of the House. They're talking about fighting NCDs, but with no deadline and no milestone. Madam Speaker, that is like sending a minibus from Georgetown to Lethem with no fuel in the tank, no sense of direction, and hoping that somehow it will reach on time. Spoiler alert, it ain't going nowhere. Let us look at the facts. On the 2nd of June 2021, the Pan American Health Organization published an article stating that NCDs are killing 31% of people aged 30 to 70 in Guyana. NCDs account for nearly 70% of all deaths in Guyana versus 17% for communicable diseases. The opposite of where healthcare should be heading. They don't make the front pages every day, but they are there, claiming the lives of Guyanese citizens every single day. And the numbers? According to the Ministry of Health 2023 report, over 53,000 Guyanese were screened for chronic diseases just last year. We've already made big progress in expanding community health posts, rolled out mobile screening units, and launched the Healthy Guyana campaign. Mobile screening units are on the ground in all regions, including hinterland and riverine communities. By mid-2023, a nationwide school screening initiative was launched and led by the Minister of Health and the Minister of Education. We're implementing Pan-American Health Organization HEART initiative and maintaining an intersectoral strategy backed by a multi-year NCD strategic plan. Madam Speaker, are you seeing what I am seeing? This is not a case of nothing being done. It's a case of the opposition bringing a plan that doesn't acknowledge the progress being made. Madam Speaker, we agree that yes, prevention is key. Yes, cities are harming the economy and lives. Yes, urgency is required, but Thank you, Madam Speaker. But urgency without a clear strategy is just noise. We're looking at multi-ministry targets with timeline. We're setting 1 to 3 to 5 years regional reduction targets with annual public progress reports, enhancing presidential commission, transforming it into a fully funded national NCD council with civil society and youth representation for accountability. Legislative action grounded in practicality. We will phase in school snack regulation, starting pilot regions next year, followed by national rollout. So yes, Madam Speaker, the opposition bring emotion, but it feels like they're planning a wedding without booking the church. Great ideas, wrong direction. This government is not here to mama guide the nation. We are building a response that is practical, funded, and already in motion, because in Guyana, we don't just talk, we put foot forward and get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll now call on Honorable Shakil Wilson, Shadow Minister of Health, for a response.
Madam Speaker, I fear this government may reject this motion, as though the lives of our Guyanese people are not hanging in the balance. We never said they are useless. We are asking them to use their entrusted resources to make things right. I appeal to their conscience, because every delay, every no, cost real families their loved ones. It is not too late. We can still rise above petty politics. Show the maturity that this nation longs to see and accept this motion. Let it be known that when lives were at stake, this House showed compassion and over conflict. Madam Speaker, I truly pray that we all find it in our hearts to pass this motion. Madam Speaker, I must first get this off my chest and address the Minister of Natural Resource, because if I don't, I won't sleep tonight. The honorable member says labels are too costly. Well, let's beat the maths. A label costs $40. An amputation, honorable member, costs hundreds of thousands. So will this government spend $40 to save a life, or hundreds of thousands to cut one short? And let's not forget, my motion already proposes subsidies for healthy food vendors. And let's not forget, my motion already proposes subsidies for healthy food vendors. So labels won't burden them. They'll give vendors a reason to join the healthy side. Our shadow minister within the Ministry of Education reminded us that in Mexico, this policy led to a 23% drop in sugary food purchases. Madam Speaker, the evidence is clear. If saving lives isn't worth $40, then I don't know what is. But Madam Speaker, in all fairness, I must agree with her on one thing. This motion can be amended to ensure established businesses print nutritional labels too. Madam Speaker, after the Honorable Akila Christopher presentation today, I may have to check my blood pressure. She stood here and said, and I quote, "This is a serious challenge. It is costly and clumsy and unnecessary." She further said that the government already have plans in place. Madam Speaker, don't they see their plans are failing? Madam Speaker, in 2016, 68% of debts due to NCDs. In 2023, 74% of debts to NCDs. Madam Speaker, they should go back to the drawing table, not us. The Honorable Minister within the Ministry of Education claimed that Guyanese loves fried chicken, and rightfully so, it's their democratic right. This is the exact reason we should pass this motion. This is the exact reason we should pass this motion. Now, Madam Speaker, if we ignore this, it is like having a toddler it is like telling a toddler to leave rat poison just because we told them not to do it and refuse to listen. More than 35% of the population. Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 35% of the population suffers from hypertension. We ought to solve this issue at its source. Now, Madam Speaker, let me leave the best for last, the Minister of Health. Now, she said that we don't have any deadlines. Did she forget about the plan our Minister of Natural Resource tabled from the years 2025 to 2030?
When referring to a member of the House, you have to refer to them as honorable member.
So guided, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, our honorable member mentioned a plan about 2025 to 2030. This is a timeline. You clearly don't know what progress look like, and the numbers aren't lying. NCDs are on the rise. Madam Speaker, today I stand as a youth who lost.
Your time is up.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I request 1 minute extra for the speaker.
Request denied. Thank you, honorable member. Allow me to remind the members of this House, when referring to another member of the House, you must say honorable member. Thank you. That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no.
Okay.
Division Deputy Clerk.
Ms. Tamika Wallace.
Aye.
Ms. Tanika Anton.
Aye.
Ms. Tassiel Paul.
Aye.
Mr. Kriston Morris.
Aye.
Mr. Jason Harris.
Aye.
Ms. Anaya Garnett. Ms. Fabuni Douglas.
Aye.
Ms. Ayana Garnett.
Aye.
Ms. Shanicia LaRose.
Aye.
Ms. Serena Hope.
Aye.
Ms. Gabrielle Burgess.
Aye.
Ms. Jasmine Crawford. Aye. Ms. Kiara Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Wicken DeCamp.
Aye.
Mr. Kaif Khan.
Aye.
Mr. Ezra Minty. Mr. Shaquille Wilson. Ms. Michaela Williams. Mr. Shamar Suku. Ms. Manisha Sagade. Mr. Tyrese Pearson.
Aye.
Ms. Svetlana Douglas. Ms. Shaname Milling. Ms. Venetia Al.
No.
Ms. Daisha Venture.
No.
Ms. Akila Christopher.
No.
Ms. Shania Smith.
No.
Mr. Lael Garnett.
No.
Mr. Ramarian Austin.
No.
Ms. Kadia Jokes.
No.
Mr. Fiad Hussein.
No.
Mr. Shamar Galloway. Mr. Samuel Davis. Ms. Alina Hussein. Ms. Chantel Davis Daniels.
No.
Ms. Rihanna Norring. Ms. Colleen Winter.
No.
Mr. Brendan Prince.
No.
Ms. Amisha Gafoor.
No.
Ms. Safi Aziz.
No.
Ms. Devrani Narain.
No.
Mr. Chavez Fleming. Mr. Peter Ambrose.
No.
Mr. Kishan Wright.
No.
Ms. Nandini Narain-Sami. Mr. Renuka Calder.
No.
Ms. Isis Fox. Ms. Marinelle Glasgow. So we had Madam Speaker, 23 members voted in favor of the motion, 21 members voted against the motion, and 4 members abstained.
Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, the next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Shanome Milling, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I, Shaname Milling, stand in this honorable house as the Leader of the Opposition to present the motion in my name, National Youth Policy Forum for Youth Representation. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House and the youths of this nation, I rise today as the Leader of the Opposition with a simple but serious call. A call for continuity, for structure, and for a bold national vision. Because for far too long, youth engagement has been treated as a one-day event. Youths are paraded on stage during International Youth Day, invited to workshops where we are reminded of our endless potential and using our voices to enact change. But when the photos are taken and the speeches are over, nothing happens. Where do our voices go? According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in 2024, youths represent 68% of the Guyanese population. Madam Speaker, shouldn't the growth majority of the population at least have a say in matters of national interest? In fact, Article 13 of the Constitution states, and I quote, "The principal objective of the political system of the state is to establish an inclusionary democracy by providing increasing opportunities for participation, especially in those areas of decision-making that directly affect your well-being," end quote. According to the National Youth Development Agency, or NYDA, in South Africa, an agency established by their parliament in 2008 to advance youth participation, many participants from the National Youth Parliament are absorbed into this NYDA ecosystem. These young leaders go on to serve in youth desks, consultation boards, and act as youth policy advisors. The NYDA even directly reports to the Office of the President, ensuring that these youth perspectives are not just heard, but they're actively integrated into national policy making. Every year, we see young voices light up this very chamber during youth parliament, speaking with passion, proposing policies like ministers, and advocating like statesmen. And then what? They go home. No follow-up, no structure, no space in the room where real decisions are being made. The voices that were loud on the mic are nowhere close to the final policy. And I have to ask, where do our ideas go? Madam Speaker, in New South Wales and Australia, youth parliament isn't just symbolic, but it is a launch pad. According to a brief published by the official YMCA of Sydney Youth and Community Services Incorporation, participants of the youth parliament like Adam Marshall went on to become real members of parliament, and some of them either later returned to chair sessions and mentor the next generation. That is the kind of leadership pipeline that we want to build here in Guyana. So I ask again, honorable members, where do our ideas go? Madam Speaker, this motion is an answer to that call and a way to end this unfortunate cycle. The establishment of a permanent National Youth Policy Forum will be a structured cross-regional platform where our youth parliament alumni, youth council, and government officials sit side by side to shape the future of this country. This forum represents the bridge between what we say and what we do. This is a way to ensure that all of our youths, from the hinterland to the coast, all have a seat at the table. Madam Speaker, to ensure that this forum just isn't another good idea catching dust, we propose a clear structure. We recommend, first, a national executive made up of youth from all 10 regions, supported by regional youth panels who will host town hall meetings and submit their findings. Second, each government ministry should assign a youth liaison, creating a direct link between youth concerns and national planning. Third, annual youth policy assembly, where these bodies come together to present priorities and publish a national youth outlook report. And finally, an independent monitoring committee to evaluate engagement and hold these institutions accountable. In this way, we build not just a forum, but a functioning ecosystem of youth representation that is as diverse and dynamic as the young people of this country. And yes, Madam Speaker, this will work. Now you may ask me, how can I stand here so confidently and speak of the future? Honorable members, I am no fortune teller. But what I do have is real life, tangible examples. Thank you, Madam Speaker. From our regional and international allies who have implemented similar permanent structures and have seen the fruits of their labor in investment in youth leadership. So today, I urge this House to give serious and sincere consideration to this motion. And I call on the government to simply not hear us, but to work with us, adapt, evolve, and to lead alongside the young people of this nation. By adopting this motion, we are sending a clear message to our citizens and to the world that Guyana is ready to co-govern with the next generation, side by side. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now call on Honorable Ayana. Pardon me. Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second this motion.
Honorable members, the motion is proposed. I'll now call on Ayana Garnett, Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members of this House, I, Ayana Garnett, Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, rise today not just to defend this motion, but to call out the blatant disrespect and the sidelining of the young people in Guyana. Let's get one thing straight. This is not just a motion. This is a call for action, a demand for recognition, a fight to stop treating young people like decoration and start treating them like the nation builders we are. Madam Speaker, the truth is bitter like Karila tea, but let me drink it. The government loves to talk about youth being the future, but every day they show us that we're not even allowed in the present. Youths are expected to sit quietly in the corner, not politely, and wait until the big people business is over. Can you imagine? How long must we wait our turn? Wait until the country crumbles and we're calling to fix it with empty hands and burnt out hope? And while Guyana likes to beat its chest about having 39 to 40% female representation in parliament, how many of those are youths? Almost none. This is not genuine representation. It is tokenism disguised as inclusion. Youths are too often engaged in a symbolic manner, invited to attend events merely to applaud and appear in photographs, only to be sidelined immediately after. It creates the impression of participation, while in reality, our voices are neither valued nor heard. On June 4th, 2025, in the Stabrook News article titled Civic Engagement in Young People, stated that young people in Guyana have been treated as symbolic accessories to national decision-making rather than stakeholders in the fortune of any republic's future. The government needs to stop holding our youths back and start giving them real political influence. Let them lead. Worst case, the country gets better. Oh no, how tragic. In the Jamaica Gleaner article titled Government Enabling Greater Youth Participation in Decision Making, it was stated that youth advisors in Jamaica have been appointed by the government to sit on policy-making boards for key reforms, including the National Identification System, Sexual Offences Act, and Road Traffic Act. This example demonstrates genuine interest of the youths. Madam Speaker, the youths are already doing an amazing job in Jamaica. They're showing real leadership. Just imagine how much more Guyana could accomplish if the youths had a bigger seat at the table and more formal power. Madam Speaker, a National Youth Policy Forum should be established as a permanent platform constitutionally mandated, bringing together representatives from youth councils, including the Guyana National Youth Council, youth and disability organizations, and other related groups. This forum would allow these representatives to engage directly in policy discussions with government officials, ensuring that the voices of young people are embedded in decision-making, regardless of which administration holds power after the 2025 elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's time to stop talking about youth being the future and start letting them lead. Madam Speaker, I urge this House to support the motion to establish a youth policy forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now call on Honorable Fiad Hussein, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to respectfully but firmly oppose the motion at hand. While I appreciate the intention behind it, I cannot support the claim that youths remain underrepresented in leadership, advisory, and decision-making roles in Guyana. This is not only a gross exaggeration, but it also overlooks the progress we have already made and the spaces we continue to occupy. Madam Speaker, Guyana is not a country where our young people wait quietly on the sidelines. The very reason we are here in this honorable house participating in this 10th annual youth parliament is because structures were already in existence. Structures were already in place to give us a platform, to give us a voice to discuss issues of national concern. We have young leaders serving on boards, young councillors advising ministries, and even young parliamentarians influencing national policy. That is not underrepresentation, Madam Speaker. That is active participation. Madam Speaker, right within the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, we run the Youth Entrepreneur and Mentorship Program, which pairs young Guyanese with experienced mentors and equips them with the entrepreneurial skills needed to build and sustain their own ventures. This is not theory. It is a direct investment in youth leadership, creating a clear pipeline from learning to leading and ensuring that our young people are just not job seekers, but they can also be job creators, all according to a Stabrook News article dated at February 24, 2022. Moreover, Madam Speaker, the President's Youth Advisory Council includes representatives from all 10 administrative regions, ensuring that young Guyanese are not only consulted, but also actively influence national and regional policy agendas. And if the honorable members of the opposition still doubt our youth representation, let's talk about real individuals. Let us talk about real people who have progressed in youth leadership. Let's talk about Ayadeli Roach, appointed as a city councillor at just 19 years old, as reported by the Department of Public Information in 2018. Another outstanding prominent youth, Mr. Devin Mohan, elected mayor of Anna Regina at just the age of 28 years old, according to a newsroom in 2023. These, Madam Speaker, these are living, breathing examples of youth in leadership and not underrepresented as the proud and boastful opposition might suggest. Madam Speaker, the opposition comes to this honorable house asking for support. However, they fail to specify funding sources. With limited budgets, new administrative bodies could drain resources from existing youth development programs. Madam Speaker, it is easy to make grand declarations, yet it is harder to present a realistic, costed plan. The issue is not simply giving our youths a seat at the table. It is ensuring that the seat is meaningful. Representation without preparation is an empty victory. Our focus must be on equipping young leaders with the skills, training, and confidence to lead effectively when they arrive. Through initiatives like Youth Entrepreneur and Mentorship Program and the PYAC, this government is ensuring that the next generation doesn't just attain leadership, but they are ready for it. Madam Speaker, I am a young leader myself. I know firsthand that Guyana's youths are not invisible, not powerless, and not without influence.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To say otherwise is to completely ignore reality. Our young people, Madam Speaker, they are here, they are working, they are contributing, and they are shaping the future of tomorrow. For that reason, Madam Speaker, I cannot support a motion that paints us as underrepresented when we are, in fact, already occupying leadership, advisory, and decision-making roles. Instead of repeating an outdated story, let us strengthen what is already working. Let us strengthen our programs which are already in place. Let us address the real challenges our youths face and ensure every youth's voices from the coast to the hinterland is not just heard, but truly heeded. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Manisha Sagade, Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. You may take the podium.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To bring much needed parliamentary etiquette back to this honorable House, I rise to strongly support the motion proposed by this opposition. And it is only by right that I build on what my astute colleagues would have presented thus far. Madam Speaker, the be it resolved clause 1 of this motion is not decorative. It is corrective. It recognizes that the Guyana's youth engagement efforts are temporary programs, ad hoc consultations, and goodwill gestures, none of which are embedded in law, none of which can survive a change in government, and most certainly, none of which can guarantee the continued access to youths in the policy-making processes of Guyana. Madam Speaker, allow me to offer some much-needed clarity. As per the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, there is no specific legislation that grounds this youth parliament and other youth bodies in permanency. This clause, Madam Speaker, seeks to rectify that by establishing a national youth leadership policy, and it encapsulates 3 pillars. 1, this framework will mandate structured mentorship for youth leaders. 2, it will embed capacity building programs to produce policy literate youth leaders. 3, it will serve as a permanent legislative aqueduct for the appointment of qualified youth parliamentarians like yourselves into national and regional leadership roles based on meritocracy. Madam Speaker, the honorable members on the other side evidently views this motion as one of platitudes. However, that is a cynical mischaracterization. Given my portfolio, it is my duty to widen the scope of this discussion. Permit me, Madam Speaker, to direct this honorable House's attention to several nations that would have succeeded in implementing a permanent platform for youths to engage in policy formulation. According to the European Commission, the Finland Youth Act of 2017 was established to promote the social inclusion of young people in policy discussions. Madam Speaker, this Youth Act mandates all municipalities to consult youth on policy discussions, and it must be funded by the state. Because of this framework, the youth councils in Finland were able to lobby successfully for equitable access to devices and mental health supports for remote schooling during the COVID-19 pandemic. Another example is Rwanda. Like Guyana's President National Youth Council, Rwanda established a national youth council. But Madam Speaker, what is the difference? The difference is that Rwanda took the proactive action of writing this policy into legislation under Law 23/2012, making it permanent. If that was not enough, Madam Speaker, then this National Youth Council Act of 2009 for Kenya exists. And if that was also not enough, then this is also the Philippines Youth Council Commission Act of Act 1844. If countries like these can successfully implement such initiatives with long-term viability in mind, then why can't Guyana do so? Madam Speaker, I am confident in my judgment that no individual here is intellectually imprisoned. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I trust that each honorable member recognizes that this motion benefits you. It benefits you. And most importantly, Madam Speaker, it benefits the little boy and the little girl that are sitting there and looking on to this national sitting. Given the nature of this motion, any honorable member who disagrees will display their duplicity. And when it comes time for them to argue for our youths, it shows, and we must remember, that they have shown to be abandoning them simply because they wanted to oppose a motion because this opposition proposed such a motion. And I urge you all to rise above the confines of division.
Madam Speaker, I approve this motion and I hereby ask for the collective approval of this honorable House to guarantee the certainty our youth so rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now call on Honorable Keyshawn Wright, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the first be it resolved clause of this motion, which urges the government to establish a national youth leadership policy that includes mentorship, capacity building, and this is the point of contention, Madam Speaker, clear pathways for the appointment of qualified youth parliamentarians into national and regional leadership roles. As the Foreign Affairs Minister, I am deeply mindful of Guyana's obligation to uphold both its domestic constitutional values and its international commitments to youth development, participatory democracy, and inclusive governance. In this regard, Article 13 of our Constitution grounds this debate in the very soul of our republic. It obliges us to create systems that foster broad-based participation in the management and decision-making processes of the state. Madam Speaker, while I commend the general intent of this motion to increase youth involvement in governance, the anatomy or the makeup of this proposed policy is not only fundamentally flawed, but departs from the very purpose of Article 13. It risks being exclusionary, it risks contradicting our international obligations, and it risks the perception of privilege. Yes, youth parliament is valuable, and I agree with the honorable member for Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. It sharpens skills, builds networks, and showcases the brilliance of our young people, given the extensive debates that act as precursors and qualifiers for youth parliament. But Madam Speaker, leadership is not born in this chamber alone. It is forged across the length and breadth of Guyana through the promising youth of this nation. Madam Speaker, this motion not only refers to youth parliamentarians, but qualified youth parliamentarians. And Madam Speaker, I reckon that this makes youth involvement in the proposed youth policy forum even smaller. And the opposition is yet to explain to this House what are the criteria of a qualified youth parliamentarian. Without transparent, merit-based criteria, this can mean politically connected individuals, thus undermining the inclusionary democracy posited by Article 13. Madam Speaker, I will not endorse any policy that elevates one small group while ignoring the leadership potential that thrives extensively across our country. Leadership potential that is recognized and utilized through various programs, such as the Young Influencers, the Guyana National Youth Council, and the numerous examples highlighted by my fellow ministers. Madam Speaker, as far as I see it, this motion in its current form does not represent leadership development, but rather leadership gatekeeping. If the opposition believes that opportunity belongs only to those who pass through youth parliament, then they have gravely misunderstood the very meaning of representation. Internationally, this approach is untenable. The Caribbean Community's Youth Development Goal 4 and the United Nations Youth Strategy of 2030 require broad-based youth participation open to all capable youth, not just a pre-selected few. Adopting this clause as written would invite justified criticism from our regional partners for breaching both the spirit and letter of these commitments. Madam Speaker, I do not oppose mentorship. I do not oppose capacity building, and I certainly do not oppose youth parliament alumni aspiring to national or regional roles. But I unequivocally oppose any attempt to give them exclusive, thank you, Madam Speaker, or preferential guidelines to those roles at the expense of equally qualified young people outside of this forum. I see the vision, Madam Speaker. The potential here is enormous, and if properly designed, this forum can serve as a training ground for Guyana's next generation of foreign policy actors and international negotiators. But Madam Speaker, we are to remember here that this is not the establishment of a mere youth club. This is policy, and policy must be sound. I therefore urge this House to reject this motion in its current form and replace it with one that truly reflects the principles of fairness, true inclusivity, and national representation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'll now call on Honorable Venetia Lal, Minister within the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, rise today by way of the second whereas clause, which urges this government to create a national youth leadership policy, one that promises structured mentorship, capacity building programs, and clear pathways for youth parliamentarians into leadership roles. Now, Madam Speaker, it sounds ambitious. It sounds noble, but be so for real right now. That is not a bold new vision. It is a remix of what this government is doing with real measurable results. In fact, Madam Speaker, I couldn't help but notice when the opposition walked in today, there were yawns all around. Perhaps they didn't get adequate rest last night, which might explain why they're proposing such a sleepy, recycled motion this afternoon. When it comes to mentorship, the opposition talks like it's a ghost. But the facts, since 2019, the Guyana Youth Corps has recorded in the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports 2023 report, has been actively mentoring young leaders in all 10 administrative regions, pairing them with experienced policymakers and community leaders. Just last year, the Department of Youth Annual Report 2023 shows over 1,200 young leaders trained in governance, public speaking, and community project management. And the Commonwealth Youth Development Index 2023, straight from the Commonwealth Secretariat, ranked Guyana in the top tier for youth civic management. That ranking wasn't a free gift. It was earned through policy action. So when the opposition acts like nothing's happening, Madam Speaker, it's a selective memory for me. The opposition paints a picture of young people being stranded like a boat without a paddle. But as detailed in Youth Biz 592 Impact Record 2024, 87 risk youth were trained, 85 completed the program, 72 business plans were approved, and now 66 of those now own and operate their own businesses. The Small Business Bureau's Youth Entrepreneurship Program 2025, outlined in their program brief, is lining up another 150 young leaders to launch ventures with mentorship, business skills, and access to finance. And the Agricultural Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program under CARICOM in 2024 has equipped young professionals with technical and business tools to compete regionally. Madam Speaker, this government just doesn't make promises. We produce results. If the opposition needs it in black and white, I can print that. If they need it in color, I can print that too. The opposition says pathways to leadership don't exist. Yet, as verified by the Guyana Elections Commission's Local Government Results Analysis 2023, young leaders serving in regional democratic councils, on municipal boards, and elected offices across this country, with over 40% of newly elected councillors in several regions were under the age of 35. So, when I hear these pathways don't exist, Madam Speaker, I think they just lost the map. So I brought them one. Region 4, youth mentorship. Region 2, entrepreneurship training. Region leadership development, just to name a few. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The roots are there, Madam Speaker. The problem is the opposition is here to do a crab dance. Unlike the motion before us, which is sweet talk without sweet results, this government sets measurable targets. As the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance Youth Inclusion Framework outlines, we track how many youths enter leadership in which roles and by when. We measure the increase in representation, Madam Speaker. If you don't count it, you can't claim it. And that's the difference between just humming a tune and actually playing the pan. We don't just promise you a seat at the table, we build the table. We pull up the chairs and we hand them the tools to lead when they sit down. That, Madam Speaker, is the difference between rhetoric and reality. And on that difference, this government stands firm. So to the opposition, I say clock it, note it, but we won't vote it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Serena Hope, Shadow Minister of Housing and Water. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, Article 13 of our Constitution promises inclusionary democracy, that every citizen, including our youth, has a real say in our nation's affairs. Yet for many, that promise remains out of reach. Picture this. A young man in Region 9 spent months drafting a water proposal for his village, but has no way for it to reach a national stage. A young girl in Region 3, inspired by youth parliament, wants to continue influencing policy, but once her term ends, the road ahead becomes a dead end. This is not a lack of talent, Madam Speaker. It is a lack of structure. That is why the opposition tabled this motion, especially the semi-annual youth policy outlook report, but calls for a strong approach that builds on what works and fixes what's missing. Madam Speaker, the government will try to point to the 2016 National Youth Policy, the Youth Parliament and consultations all year round, as if to say, see, we include in the youth. And yes, those things are nice, but nice ain't enough to take us where we need to reach. DPI reported in March 2024, say the policy promised empowerment and inclusion, yet almost 60% of our young people are under 35 and still less than 5% of national advisory roles held by them. Youth Parliament gave them 1 week to talk, but the other 51 weeks, their voices don't disappear from the decision-making table. And Madam Speaker, if we drag we foot, the youth gonna tell we plain. Man, y'all full of big talk with no action. They're watching and ain't got far to days and far to nights to get it right. We gonna get it right today. The Youth Policy Outlook Report is an excellent idea, but without permanent mechanism to collect, verify, and represent youth perspectives year-round, its risk is being empty. That is why we say strengthen the foundation first, establish a permanent National Youth Policy Forum, linking Parliament, alumni, youth councils, party youth arms, and regional groups, giving them structured access to advisory bodies. This is not new. CARICOM called for this in 2000. Jamaica's Youth Parliament feeds directly into policy. Barbados Youth Council does biannual reviews. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development recommends recurring youth feedback system. Exactly what we envision. As Shadow Minister of Housing and Water, I see urgency. Without truly listening, our housing and water projects risk missing what matters: affordability and climate smart decision. This government has made progress. Nearly 1,923 young professional homes completed, aiming for 3,500 by early 2025, as Guyana Times noted in January 2025. Solid steps, but just the start. Building houses is one thing. Making homes where young people can thrive is another. Right now we build, but sometimes we don't listen to our young people and what they really need in their communities. The Youth Policy Forum must be more than a panel. It should unite youth groups and connect them directly to policymakers. If we don't get this right, we risk missing the chance to make real lasting opportunities for our young Guyanese. And Madam Speaker, without visible follow-up, engagement becomes performative, but recommendation. If every 6 months, this forum presents a youth outlook report to the President, Parliament, and ministries with regional insights and youth proposals, we're not just giving youth a seat at the table, we're making sure they shape the agenda. At the UNICEF support youth shape policy conference this January, a delegate said, when young people have platforms to shape policy, they move from reacting to shaping the agenda. That's the shift we need. Madam Speaker, recommendation. The opposition urges, link the Youth Outlook report to a permanent youth policy forum grounded in international best practices and constitutional values. Treat youth participation as ongoing public service. Finally, debate the report in this National Assembly, ensuring youth voices shape housing, climate, education, and employment policy. Madam Speaker, let us ensure that that young man in Region 9 and that young girl in Region 3 never again find the road ahead to be a dead end. The youth are not the leaders of tomorrow. They are already leading. It is time our systems get with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Samuel Davis, Minister of Housing and Water.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the penultimate clause of the motion at hand, the proposal to establish a permanent national youth policy forum as a structured cross-regional liaison platform for youth representation. At first glance, the idea of creating another forum dedicated to youth engagement may seem promising, but we must ask ourselves what happens when good intentions becomes new layers of red tape, when the promise of youth empowerment turn into yet another committee meeting with little to no impact. The proponents of this motion will tell you this is the missing piece, the crucial platform to amplify young voices. But if true representation is the goal, why build a new structure when the house is already standing strong? Why duplicate efforts that are already producing results? Madam Speaker, you know, I got a strong feeling we finally catch the one sexy subjects person in this honorable house, because it is clear they played a role in the drafting of this motion. Youth representation in Guyana is not a future aspiration. It is already happening today. Consider the Guyana National Youth Council. According to the Caribbean Youth Leaders Summit in 2023, this council connects over 400 members.
Go ahead, member.
Madam Speaker, might I respond?
Honorable Minister, you may retract that statement. And
the 160 statement is retracted from my speech.
And proceed.
Moving on. The Guyana National Youth Council connects over 400 young members from across 20 partner organizations, reaching nearly 7,000 youth across all 10 administrative regions. Cross-regional, check. Advisory, check. Directly connected to policy issues, double check. This council is doing exactly what this motion is proposing. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the honorable members of the opposition to come downstairs. Come downstairs, because it is undeniable that this motion is contradicting the air upstairs. Moving on to the Presidential Youth Advisory Council, launched in 2022, created to ensure youth are critically integrated into policy making and policy implementation, according to a 2022 Department of Public Information article. Reports then went on to highlight how this body is tackling critical areas including mental health, education reform, and career guidance subsidies, all according to a 2023 Guyana Chronicle article. This, Madam Speaker, is not symbolic window dressing. It is youth participation in government decision making at its core. Additionally, the USAID and International Foundation for Electoral Systems Youth Advancing Leadership, Learning, Inclusion, Empowerment, and Support programs, training young people nationwide to develop leadership skills, advocate for their communities, and connect directly with public officials. These programs create meaningful pathways for youth influence that already thrive and exist. These are not hypothetical pipelines. They are concrete, functioning, and funded. So why are we proposing to build a new forum? This motion is like putting the cart before the horse. It is focusing on creating new structures before strengthening and properly supporting the ones already in place. We are investing in action and outcome on this side, not another conference room with empty chairs. Supporters of this motion would argue that, this forum is creating a structured liaison platform. But bureaucracy, Madam Speaker, has a notorious reputation of creating new loops of turning what is possible into the impossible.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More committees often mean more delays, more duplication, and less tangible progress. Every dollar spent on creating new bureaucracy is a dollar less on vocational training, youth entrepreneurship, or sports development in our regions. And Madam Speaker, might I tell the House something that they didn't know? Young people don't want another forum to talk about their issues. They want real, visible change with tangible results that they can experience in their lives and communities. For the sake of efficiency, for the sake of action, and for every young Guyanese who desires change rather than empty symbolism, I urge this House to reject this motion as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Jason Harris, Shadow Minister within the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, the Minister within the Ministry of Public Work, rise to fully support this motion in spite of the critiques and the pushback from some of the members of the government. Madam Speaker, before I speak as a member of this youth parliament, allow me to speak as a youth of this nation. A youth who not only believes in inclusion, but believes that it is a right protected by our Constitution. Article 13 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana makes this very clear, as stated by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition moments ago. So let me ask this, Madam Speaker, how can a parliament claim to represent its people when only less than 2% of its members reflect the largest age demographic in this country? That's right, honorable members. Youths make up over 2/3 of Guyana's population, yet only 1.5% of parliamentarians sitting right here in this chamber under the age of 30. To say that I am disappointment is a huge understatement, Madam Speaker. Despite being the majority, youths are still being treated as a minority in influence. And let me be clear, we are not saying that youths supporting policy making does not exist in Guyana. In fact, the President's Youth Advisory Council, as well as the National Youth Council of Guyana, still stand today. But the problem does not lie with their existence. The problem lies with their depth of influence. You see, both of these organizations were created with the intent to give youth a voice and representation. However, as it stands, not enough is being done when it comes to actual inclusion in our democratic decision-making process as mandated by Article 13. Honorable members, we've seen glimpses of the alternative to this. During the national consultation for the Green State Development Strategy in 2019, the Guyana Energy Agency reported that 43% of all participants in those consultations were youths. Real issues from clean energy to community building to infrastructure revitalization were discussed, with youths bringing real solutions to real problems that affect them. This just shows that when inclusion is intentional Guyanese youth don't just show up, but we actively shape policy. You see, Madam Speaker, one thing we can all agree on is that young people are natural innovators. We don't just think outside the box. We redesign it, we refine it, and we revolutionize the box while solving the problem. Honorable member, just imagine what youths of this nation could do if we have an input in major decisions. Once upon a time, Guyanese considered standing in line at GRA a national sport. But now, with the invention of the GRA Partner app, the only standing we're doing is on business. And that's why young people bring smart and creative solutions to problems that affect us. So just imagine if we applied this mindset to every area of national development. Honorable members, Madam Speaker, to build on what my comrades would have recommended earlier, what we are lobbying for is the implementation of the National Youth Policy Forum. But Madam Speaker, let me recommend some other things. Firstly, it will begin with the formation of regional youth assemblies in which each administrative region can have youth to meet locally to discuss issues that matter to them. From there, each region can send delegates to the national stage in which you can help other communities, but why not stop there? Regionally and internationally. And lastly, we call for the formation of a youth government exchange program where these selected youth leaders can be placed inside ministries. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Where these selected youth leaders can be placed inside ministries, having them work alongside policymakers to bring their fresh ideas to the table. Honorable members, at the opening of this year's Youth Parliament, the Public Relations Officer, Mr. Yang December, said something very important. He said, and I quote, "Youths are the leaders of tomorrow." But that is only partially correct. Youths are leaders in waiting today. So let us form a platform that youths, so that they can become the leaders that we know they are capable of. So I ask us not to wait until young people lose hope or even become inept leaders. Let us not ask them to inherit a system that they had no hand in shaping. However, let's pass this motion with a strong message of inclusion, representation, and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Romarian Austin, Minister within the Ministry of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of this honorable house, it would be remiss of me to not acknowledge that it's because of these very opportunities provided to our youths that I can stand here today to refute and to listen to the shallow concoction of a motion presented by the opposition. We applaud the intent, we honor the concern, but Madam Speaker, intent without innovation is repetition. Yes, I know this motion proposes a semi-annual National Youth Policy Outlook Report, but my question is simple. Who writing it, who reading it, and who doing anything with it? In the words of Eliza Hamilton, why do you write like you're running out of time? But that's the problem, Madam Speaker. We're writing too much. Whilst we can spend time, valuable time and resources not implementing policies, but reviewing and rewording the same old concerns. Madam Speaker, let's address this misguided motion for what it is. It risks sidelining community-driven initiatives involving youths at the grassroots level. According to a 2024 Guyana Standard article, it attests that young engineers and contractors are instrumental in upgrading internal roads across communities such as Napi and Shunilab, supported by an 800 million investment aimed at improving connectivity. Take along the Essequibo coast, youth professionals are also contributing to over 6 billion worth of sea and river defense projects, which are critical to enhancing the country's climate resilience, as was highlighted in a 2025 Kaitro News article. These examples demonstrates a shift from viewing youths as passive beneficiaries to recognizing them as active partners in national progress. Take Nigel Erkinsign, a young technical officer who has been instrumental in the Ogle to Eccles Road Corridor project, as was highlighted in a 2023 newsroom article, reflecting this shift towards youth leadership. Madam Speaker, we are not operating on promises. We are delivering results. Their involvement reflects both strategic policy inclusion and real-world leadership in action, reinforcing the government's commitment to empowering young people, not only through consultation, through meaningful, technical, and decision-making roles that shape the country's futures, as evidenced by the Presidential Youth Advisory Council. Madam Speaker, I urge the members of the opposition to take a look at the National Innovation Program for Youth Entrepreneurs, of which 90 million has already been budgeted to support youth-led innovation across the country. According to a 2022 Department of Public Information article, we have already institutionalized youth representation by embedding structured youth advisory mechanisms across Guyana's governance framework. Madam Speaker, I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Our very leaders of tomorrow are proposing a motion for underrepresentation of our youths. But you know, as the saying goes, when you're sorry for Magadag does turn back for bite you. So yes, Madam Speaker, we salute the opposition for putting youth on the agenda. We salute them for bringing urgency to this discussion, but we cannot risk slowing down the urgent action that's needed, all because the honorable members of the opposition chose to take a page out of the 1-minute government book to draft a 1-minute motion. Instead, we propose to strengthen and modernize existing platforms, create data dashboards that track youth's involvement in real time, and most critically, expand their representation in key policy-making structures, not every 6 months, but every single day. So let us not reduce youth engagement to a twice-a-year PDF. So, Madam Speaker, I did lend the opposition my ears, but they'll have to excuse me while I respectfully and resoundingly reject this motion in its current form.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I pose one last question for the opposition. If you studying me and I studying me, who's studying you? Because the opposition clearly does not have the best interests of our Guyanese youths at heart. And with that, Madam Speaker, I urge the Honorable House to reject this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'll now call on Honorable Marnell Glasgow George, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in my name to firmly reject the motion presented by the opposition. Madam Speaker, the opposition presents a motion dressed in fine linen about youth involvement. But let me make it clear from the beginning, the government is not denying nor undermining the importance of the youth. After all, they are the present, the future, and the heartbeat of Guyana. And Madam Speaker, I must confess, this is a motion of well and of good intentions. But Honorable Speaker, in my few years on earth, I have learned that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Good intentions are just not enough. Our duty as government is not to be mesmerized or simply inspired by a proposal, but we are here to test, to see whether this motion is workable, whether it is wise, and whether it will truly serve the people of Guyana that it truly intends to represent. And Madam Speaker, on this note, with this test, this motion proves unmeritorious. Madam Speaker, this motion calls for a permanent national policy forum. That sounds like music to the ear. That sounds well. But who decides who sits on this forum? Where is the guarantee that it will include all the youth of Guyana? Where is the guarantee that the youth of the ancient county of Berbice, the youth of the Cinderella County, Sequebo, who determines what is the guarantee that the youth of Ramadan will be included? Madam Speaker, is this motion just for the privileged youth of the capital city? Madam Speaker, without safeguards, this motion risks creating not a voice for the youth, but a mouthpiece for the elites. And this is dangerous because it opens very large gaps, the same gaps that we are trying to close. Second, Madam Speaker, we are told that this forum will publish a semi-annual outlook full of recommendations. But Madam Speaker, after this, then what? What comes after? Will these reports be binding? Will the cabinet be forced to act on these reports? Or will these reports just idly sit on the shelves of ministries like many prior reports given? Madam Speaker, our young people do not need more glossy reports. What they need are real jobs. They need real opportunities and real representation. The opposition may argue that this motion builds leadership opportunities, but without merit at its core, it risks handing out favors, not achievements. Honorable Speaker, this is not youth empowerment. This is youth exploitation masquerading as a wolf in sheep's clothing. And Honorable Speaker, may I humbly remind this House, what is built on sand cannot withstand the tide. And this motion today is built on sand. It is vague, it is impractical, and it is redundant. Madam Speaker, we are not against the youth. To make such postulation will be grossly false. My ministers of the government would have already highlighted ongoing programs, thank you, Madam Speaker, that are already promoting youth involvement. So instead of making a new forum, let us open more doors in the ministries, in the local governments, and private enterprises. And this is how we will be able to empower the youth. So, Honorable Speaker, while the opposition may cloak this motion in fine sentiments, this government will not be deceived. Today, this motion is built under empty favoritism and exploitation. And this government, we will not stand for that. We demand substance, and for this reason, we reject the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now a response from Honorable Shanome Milling, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, when I stood here before, I asked a simple but piercing question. Where do our voices go? And I ask it again because I'm yet to hear an answer that speaks to the heart of the matter. We have heard speeches filled with warm words and assurances that young voices matter and references to what already exists. But Madam Speaker, opportunity without structure is like a bridge that ends in midair. It looks impressive, but it takes you nowhere. So I rise today a second time to reject the notion that what we have now is enough. Because, Madam Speaker, the youths of this nation are not asking for tokenism. We are asking for a seat at the table where our futures are shaped. And until that table exists, until the policy that governs our participation is permanent, structured, and respected, no amount of kind words will be enough. Madam Speaker, perhaps the government did not understand or take the time to understand the motion that was tabled here today. So let me break it down in some words that they can understand. We are not here to debate on the existence of youths in leadership in Guyana. The matter at hand is the permanency of policies that governs and mandates that youth are embedded in every space that makes decisions. Madam Speaker, kindly permit me to bring clarity to our stance. The Honorable Member, Mr. Hussein, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, noted that we have youth in these decision-making spaces. Exactly. But this is where we ask, where is the legislation that protects them? He mentioned that we do have youth parliamentarians, but I ask, how much? Where is the percentage? Honorable members, point me to the direction of that statistic. It was deliberately omitted. But don't worry, our Shadow Minister of Housing and Water gave us that answer when she mentioned in her DPI reported in March 2024 that almost 60% of young people under 35 we have in Guyana, and yet still less than 5% are on national advisory boards. Secondly, the blatant confusion of the government side today was highlighted by the Honorable Member Kishon Wright, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, when he alluded to the fact that we aim to only use YP only as an avenue to leadership. But Madam Speaker, the government have not taken the time to understand the motion proposed here today. Our Honorable Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation stated in her presentation that as per the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, there is no specific legislation that grounds this YP and many other bodies like it. Finland did it with their Youth Act of 2017. Rwanda did it with their legislation under the Law 2012, making youth representation permanent. Kenya did it with their National Youth Council Act of 2009. Even the Philippines Republic Act of 8044 cemented it into their constitution. So why can't Guyana do the same? I guess the government is okay with where our young people are at currently. I guess that they're okay with coming here for a 5-minute speech of fame and then heading back home with only memories. Madam Speaker.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honorable member told us today to come downstairs, but we prefer to stay upstairs where the real decisions are being made, where we can advocate for our youth and not just stay complacent at the bottom. Our judgment is not clouded. We are just on a higher level of thinking. And the government have even proven this because they've copied our taglines. Honorable members, for far too long, youth engagement in this country has been treated as a performance. One-day events, ceremonial invites, photo opportunities on the news, and then silence. Our voices, our ideas, our vision for the future gone from the room where real decisions are being made. We cannot afford a democracy where over half of the population remain spectators in their own future. By supporting this motion, we are not adding bureaucracy, but we are building a bridge between the promises of today and the progress of tomorrow. Let us not just hear our youth.
Honorable member, time is up.
Thank you.
That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The vision, Mr. Clerk.
I will now call the names of the honorable members. Ms. Tamika Wallace. Ms. Tanika Anthon.
Aye.
Ms. Tassiel Paul. Mr. Kristen Morris.
Aye.
Mr. Jason Harris.
Aye.
Ms. Anaya Garnett. Ms. Fabuni Douglas. Miss Ayana Garnett, Miss Shanacia LaRose, Miss Serena Hope, Miss Gabrielle Burgess, Miss Jasmine Crawford, Miss Kiara Jack,
Aye.
Mr. Wicken Dikam,
Aye.
Mr. Kaif Khan,
Aye.
Mr. Ezra Minty, Mr. Shackwell Wilson, Miss Michaela Williams, Mr. Shamar Suku, Miss Manisha Sagade, Mr. Tyrese Pearson, Miss Svetlana Douglas, Miss Shaname Milling, Miss Venetia Lal,
No.
Miss Desha Venture,
No.
Miss Akila Christopher,
No.
Miss Shania Smith,
No.
Mr. Lael Garnett,
No.
Mr. Romarian Austin,
No.
Miss Kadia Jokes,
No.
Mr. Fiad Hussein,
No.
Mr. Shamar Galloway,
No.
Mr. Samuel Davis,
No.
Miss Alina Hussein, Miss Chantel Davis Daniels,
No.
Miss Rihanna Nurang,
No.
Miss Colleen Winter,
No.
Mr. Brendan Prince,
No.
Miss Amisha Gafour, Miss Safia Aziz,
No.
Miss Devrani Narain,
No.
Mr. Chavez Fleming,
No.
Miss Rikita Ambrose,
No.
Mr. Kishon Wright, Miss Nandini Narain-Samy, Mr. Renuka Calder, Miss Isis Fox, and Miss Marinella Glasgow. Madam Speaker, 23 members voted in favor of the motion, 25 members voted against the motion, and 0 members abstained.
Honorable members, the motion is negatived. Honorable members, I'd like us to recognize Honorable Minister Desha Venture on placing 5th in the country at the Caribbean Advanced Dictionary Proficiency Examinations with 2025 with 6 grade 1s and 1 grade 2. Members, this brings us to the end of our business on the order paper for this afternoon. Honorable Prime Minister, may you move the adjournment? The Assembly now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a stupendous afternoon. And indeed, what a day it has been for this youth parliament. Give yourselves a round of applause. Just as the juniors would have done during the morning session, our senior youth parliamentarians have lived up to the spirit of our theme. This morning, I had them recite the theme, and I thought it was fitting, or it will be fitting, for us to do the same. So if one person can put on their mic, and we can all see it after the count of three. You have it here. And that is our motto. Our generation, our voice, inspire, encourage, and what?
Impact.
And impact. That word impact, I want you to remember that word especially, because everything that you showcased over the past 2 days will be impactful to the very people in your communities. You know, just now I heard someone said, one youth parliamentarian would have quoted me today. I thank you for the recognition, my good guy. And I said that the youth are tomorrow's leaders. But let's put that into context. Leaders they don't just magically happen overnight. The accumulation of knowledge takes time, and it starts with a strong foundation. And that foundation is the very things that you were doing that led up to this wonderful youth parliament. And that foundation that you are able to get today is going to make you a leader tomorrow. So that you can stand firm as a leader. Sorry, that was just my little chance of being able to debate as a youth parliamentarian. So I know I might not qualify anymore as a youth, as Ms. Charles is indicating, and it's a good thing she's not on the live for us to hear, but yeah, we happen to be in the same boat. And I guess that was my 5 minutes or 5 second fame. So thank you so much, sir. All right. So as the judges complete their tally, we would like to hear from those in attendance. Our mentors, our past youth parliamentarians, and those seated in the public gallery. Now, the ones that are seated in the public gallery are mostly the participants, the junior participants. And I know that they were truly listening and focusing on what the seniors were doing and trying to emulate what they see. And that is good. So we want to hear from you. We want to hear from the senior mentors as well, because I want you to encourage those who are probably looking online, and thank you to our online viewers for joining us and sticking it out with us. And I want you to come here and share maybe your story, not a very long story, Stefan, but maybe a very short one, brief. So I'm opening the floor for anyone to give remarks. I would just like to say that you can go to the mic closest to you so that we may hear and those online may be able to follow. Thank you. Is there anyone else anyone else would like to volunteer, or do I have to volunteer someone? Well, you see what I'm talking? I don't even need to volunteer anybody. Somebody already said, come on, sir. Let's give it up for them. These are our previous youth parliamentarians and modern young leaders.
Good afternoon, youth parliamentarians and junior and senior category.
Good afternoon. That is sure.
I'm a junior mentor. I do not know why they called me up, but it was very, very wonderful listening to all of you put forward your ideas and debate them. As was previously mentioned, this is the moment for your voice to be heard. People are listening. We have actual members of the parliament here listening to your ideas, listening to you present, because you are the future leaders of tomorrow. So again, now is the time for you to get acquainted with one another because we're all now a family. Welcome to our youth parliament family. It's going to be a lifetime family and we look forward to having you. So, take a lot of pictures, enjoy the moments, talk to one another. Again, congratulations. You've worked hard. You've put in all the work and all the late nights. So I look forward to meeting all of you and, enjoy the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's interesting that you should say that you were a youth mentor. And if you notice, well, for those of you online joining us, you wouldn't realize, but actually a senior mentor pushed him up, pushed him to talk before him. So that's the thing. We are a family. Like he said, we are a family. And over the years, all the participants, most of them would have still kept in tune or in touch with each other. And that is something that we always encourage because life is a network. All right. So I would like to call in another OG, right? He gave me specific instructions to whenever I am inviting him up to the podium to give a few remarks, that I should say that he is the OG. So the OG knows himself, and I don't need to say who this OG is, but he's going to come up here. And I want you to, and if you do not know his story, when it comes to resilience, and we may have so many problems that come up over time, so many hurdles to cross, so many things we aspire to do, but sometimes life has another route for us. And sometimes life just throws us all sorts of curveballs and all sorts of lemons. And sometimes we just have to take those very lemons and make lemonade and move on. And this gentleman that is going to come here is a testament to that. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the OG, previous youth parliamentarian and former member.
Thank you so much, Yannick, for that warm welcome. Standing on all the protocols already observed. When he says OG, let me reiterate something. Now, I was one of the first mentors in 2019. Myself, Kunal, Ruth, and whatnot. So when he says OG, yes, we're that old. We're that old. When I sat here today, and I listened to you seniors talk and articulate your points and debated some great motions, I liked the fact that you used 21st century lingo in a respectful way to get over your points. Somebody said, come downstairs. It was great. I'm not going to lie. I am not going to lie. It was great. Now, when it comes to the experience you gain here, I'll say this. Youth Parliament molds leaders. I can list a few leaders for you who are currently involved in politics in this country that have passed through Youth Parliament. Trawanti Chester, Reyes Rubnarain, Nicholas Sagadeo, all of who are actively involved in politics today, and they will have all passed through Youth Parliament. They gained the experience from Youth Parliament. So I will say to you, do not take this opportunity for granted. Do not take and encourage your friends. Let them come and gain the experience, okay? Job well done. Job well done.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'm about to call on another OG. She said to me right away, I am not that old. So my apologies for that. Aging gracefully. So I would like to now introduce to the podium for her brief remarks another previous youth parliamentarian and current mentor. And I am sure you all know her. So please put your hands together for her as she comes to the podium.
Thank you. Gosh, I like telling people that they look good. Yeah, I look nice. And I'm very proud. I message in the group and I just keep saying how proud I am of everyone because I know where you guys started from creating your motions and starting your speeches from scratch, creating about 6, 7, 8 drafts, and then coming here to stand up and speak in front of everybody. And for some of you, it might be your first time and doing it so well. I'm truly proud and I'm honored to have been a mentor to you brilliant people. And I must extend congratulations to each and every one of you. And remember that when you receive critique from anybody, it is not to down your spirit, right? It's to uplift you and it's to help you be better the next time. I'm happy that everyone listened to their mentors, they accept critiques, and they made changes where necessary. As well, I was like, I would just like to take this time to give a honorable mention to Morris. I am proud of him because when I know he might not, his issue, I know he might not lift his head today. He was down in that paper, but I'm proud of him because when we first spoke, he told me that it was his first time speaking as well as his first time preparing a speech, and it was a good speech. And he presented well. So I wanted to make mention to that because I don't want his spirit to feel, down when he hear other people might get mentioned. He can hear best speak and leave here today feeling like he didn't do well. You did well, right? Welcome to the Youth Parliament family. We're a happy bunch of people. You see us, we look good. Everybody looks good, and you know why we look good? Because we keep smiling and we're happy. So congratulations again, and I'm happy to know you guys, and I hope that we continue this relationship that we have. Bye.
Thank you very much. So before I call anyone else, did you remember just now, I don't know, the juniors, if you can recall, whenever there is a roll call, we actually told you guys that we're going to ring the bell 3 times. And when we ring the bell, that is for any youth parliamentarian or anybody that has to be in the house, if they're in the washrooms or anything like that, that they can actually hear and come and return to the chamber, right, to vote. So just now I noticed that when we rung the bell 3 times, and I hope that my technician is going to give me a wide shot because guess what? I want everyone to see the reactions of everyone in the house at the moment, right? If they can. Now, when they rang the bell, usually at the beginning of each sitting, right, the 3rd bell signals that the speaker is going to be entering, right? Actually, the sergeant at arms is going to escort the speaker into the house, by which time everyone in attendance would stand. However, my learned youth parliamentarians, I understand that they are suffering from sleep deprivation, could, on the 3rd bell, for the call, right? For persons to return to the chamber. Mind you, the mace is up here. And what was funny is that it was actually like a domino effect. So I'm sitting like behind the opposition, and I just saw everyone standing. So I'm like, so the first thing I did is look to see where the speaker was, and I saw the speaker in her chair. Everyone is standing at attention, and I'm like, what is going on here? I just wanted to say that, to throw that out there. And guess what? Next year, when we're actually going to be putting out the next youth parliament, and when we are advertising and so forth, and making the general public aware, I just want to let you know that I am going to take that footage and I'm going to make it. So, and I will put that, this will be what you call a throwback. A throwback something, whether it's a throwback Thursday, Monday, or Wednesday. Throwback Thursday. All right? I just wanted, that was the disclaimer. So if you see yourselves standing up after the third bell, like Jack Sparrow from, you know? Yeah. So just wanted to put that out there. So the judges are still tallying. So I would like to ask the clerk of the 10th Annual Youth Parliament to say a few words. I mean, we always hear him just doing roll calls and saying the prayer and so on. But he's a gentleman that has a lot of things to say, but not today. Brief.
Yes, not today. Congratulations. Y'all happy? Y'all don't look happy. Why y'all look so... I heard someone say that they were tired. That is within the spirit and the package that Youth Parliament brings. I am impressed to see that, you know, most of you are carrying on the tradition of Youth Parliament. You stood here, you spoke your ideas, but as the motion said, don't let it end here. Take it into your communities. And for the persons out there that are interested in joining Youth Parliament, you know what to do. This experience will live on with you, not today, not tomorrow, not next week, next month, but for years. Remember to keep the relationship together. That's all I will have to say today.
And the deputy clerk.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you guys have heard a lot from me. I just want to say that my heart is so full right now, and I'm so proud of each and every one of you. But more so, my side that I was assigned to. Over the last few days, I've truly witnessed a lot of improvement in the speech delivery, crafting of speeches, speech delivery, and the strength that you guys have gained in just a short amount of time. So, and not just that, we spoke about leadership on Tuesday when we had our training. So I'm seeing some of those qualities. We spoke of the heart, right? And I hope you remember what the heart means. And I'm truly seeing that emerging from you guys. All of you, right? I hope that you take that with you and you continue to go into your communities, into your regions, and you continue to build on this platform that has been given to you. And I'm just so proud. I don't have much to say. I know we're short on time, but congratulations to all of you. And I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any of the current youth parliamentarians, if you wish to say something, and it doesn't have to be a grand speech or anything like that. It could be maybe an experience that you had or something like that. So think about it. So right now, I am going to ask our chief mentor to basically give his remarks, and after which I'm going to open the floors. Like I said, keep the floors open for the participants to share with us their experience, and you can tell us a little bit and basically advise those who are actually aspiring to become what you are right now or to be where you are right now. So please, don't be afraid to share with us. All right. So, without further ado, the chief mentor and previous youth parliamentarian and mentor, Stefan Gibran.
Well, I know that a lot of you would have only interacted with me over WhatsApp. But I mean, this year for 10 years, I just want you guys to know that there was a lot that went into this. And most of that, honestly, apart from this being an continued initiative within the Office of the Speaker of the National Assembly, a lot of credit needs to go to the parliamentary staff that continue year after year to work on this event. I find that having been here for the entirety of this annual event, you really see a lot of shifts in not only the perspective of what youth parliament is supposed to be, but the wanting of a fully established body where I know you guys debated today on it, where you can actually have your voices be fully heard and also be placed into policies or being part of that implementation. And I agree with every single thing that you guys would have said today. I think that this experience is one that really opens doors. It allows you to continue your engagement across different realms, across different societies. But it also allows you to have an experience of oneness, an experience of unity, because a lot of you came from different parts of this country. A lot of you came from different areas, and you've all come together under this couple of days just to work together. And I'm really, really happy and proud that you guys have had such an amazing experience. If you did have a bad experience, then we'll just say you had a lot of food. And that's a fact. But I also want to, before I go, thank the mentors that have been working with you guys. The mentors, their jobs within this entire thing is to ensure that you guys have an understanding of what you're supposed to do and also assist you greatly with your speeches. I know it's tiring sometimes, and probably sometimes you get really upset with them, but they're just doing their jobs because probably maybe somebody, not me, yells at them or something. Not me, somebody else, Dr. Hatton. And big mention, special mention to Dr. Hatton also. But the mentors, for every single mentor that has continued here, year in, year out, and we even had some extra persons helping out this year. But for every single person that has come on board, I really want to say heartfelt, genuine thank you for taking time out of your jobs, taking time out of your schedules every single year, and even the new persons that come on to assist these young people and assist or play your part in molding a better future. So thank you to the mentors, thank you to the Parliament staff, and thank you to the Speaker of the National Assembly for this amazing initiative that I do hope is continued for years to come with a further concrete established base where you guys can actually be part of something that makes a difference and a change in this country. All right? Have a good one.
All right, thank you very much. We heard from the chief mentor. Now, one of the things that is always echoed here is, well, in every person's remark, and I'm speaking about the youth parliamentarians, former youth parliamentarians, is the fact that you have to enjoy the moment. You have to enjoy the moment. You have to soak it up. You have to relish in it. All right? Because you don't want to have regrets. All right? You don't want to regret that, oh, you were supposed to do this or meet this person or make this contact or something and you never did. All right? And one of those regrets just now was one of the OGs who actually wanted to give recognition to somebody and he forgot to do it. But because I'm gracious, I will allow him to do that. So, sir, come.
Very gracious young man. I wanted to give recognition through my Adventist brothers. God praise Yah. Why not, yeah, man? All right. I will. Lord, love that. So I want you guys to know I am proud of you because so there aren't a lot of debating competitions in the conference or whatever, but I think we can advocate for them to have more. Seeing this, having this exposure and whatnot, we can advocate for more. But I want to tell you guys, I am proud of you, all of you. Y'all did well.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So we have the award ceremony, and that is when we are going to actually be celebrating, right, the 10 years that we are a part of. And during that celebration, I know we'll have speeches by both the Prime Minister and opposition leaders from both the senior and the junior category. So I am not going to stiff arm you today to say anything. And like I said, we are still awaiting the judges' scores. And the fact that I am seeing that, it tells me the level of work that was put into this youth parliament, and to see that they're still there and they really don't know who the best speakers are as yet. So the tallying means that the scores were very close, and I can imagine that. So I can imagine the hard work that goes into doing that math there. So please put your hands together for the judges as they, Yes, I did recognize another previous youth parliamentarian as well. Mr. Kunal, you can please use the mic that is closest to you and say a few words, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kunal Bridgelao, and I was one of the first batch of senior youth parliamentarians back in 2018, as Christophe would have said. However, Stefan beat me to saying most of what I wanted to say. So all I'd like to reinforce is that, first of all, congratulations to each and every single one of you for both senior and junior for making this journey, going through all the speech prep, doing all the hard work, debating, presenting, and all of that. I know a lot of you went in your beds after 2 and 3 o'clock this morning from both sides of the house because I was at both places. So your work really did pay off, and you can hear that in a lot of the speeches and how you delivered, because I was there when you started, and now we get to see the final product, and it's great improvement, and kudos to you on that. Second thing, a lot of you came from different villages across Guyana, and I want you to take back this experience to your villages and encourage persons younger than you in the schools and in your communities and so on. So come to these events and enjoy this experience because it's one you will never forget. I want to also encourage you all to keep this connection that you have. And after you walk out of these doors, forget that you're part of government and opposition, and just keep the connection that you all have as young people, future leaders of this country. And finally, I wish you all a very good sleep tonight because I know you'll have one.
All right, so whilst I wait on another previous youth parliamentarian, I know one of the burning questions I usually get either leading up to these events or during or after, is they ask, how can I be a part of this? And I'm speaking of persons who are interested in becoming a youth parliamentarian. Of course, during the speakership, the current speakership of the Honorable Mansour Nadir, we would have widened the net to allow for participation in the youth parliament. And to get here, especially in the senior category, right? You come through the regionals, right? The regional debating competitions, and then you get into the nationals. You qualify for the nationals. Now, to get to the regionals, of course, you may have to maybe start a club or join a team, a club that is already established or something like that. There are so many youth clubs that are part of the Ministry Culture, Youth and Sport, and you can go through there and register your club if you wish, and you can be a part of the regionals as long as you you win in your respective region or administrative region. You are going to gain access to the nationals, and of course, as long as you gain entry into the second round of that competition, you automatically gain entry to the youth parliament. So that's pretty much just how you can get in on the senior part of it. Now, for the juniors, it is usually a selection from the Ministry of Education. So just reach out to your headmasters or headmistress in your school. Let them know that you're interested, and of course, the Ministry of Education, and then they shortlist you, and that's how you become part of the youth parliament for the junior category. I just want to also let you know that persons are not permitted to do a repeat. All right? I just want to put that out there. You're not permitted to do a repeat. And we've had persons who came and were part of the youth parliament before, like maybe 5 years ago, and playing they could stick in, you know? Yeah, came back 5 times trying to pull a fast one on us. Yeah. So, especially if you're the only person from a region, perhaps you might think you might want to, like the lotto, take a chance, but no, it's not going to happen, right? Because the reason why we do so is because we want to give everyone an opportunity to be a part of this family. All right. So without further ado, my apologies. Let me allow for another previous youth parliamentarian to give a few remarks. Mr. Kelman, go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. Forgive me, I might seem a little disheveled right now. I just awoke from a wonderful nap on the floor of the library. And might I say, I feel like I deserved that. That truly was my medal. That was my trophy. Firstly, as a junior mentor, of course, I'd always like to congratulate the younger of the youth parliamentarians, because it is a particularly difficult task for a child or teenager to come in front of all of these people and speak, especially speaking about something that they might not entirely believe in or see the benefit immediately, speaking from experience. I was the Prime Minister, of course, of the government side, of the 4th annual youth parliament. After which, yeah, a little old in this thing. That was if as Christophe rightfully mentioned, that was the very first year that the seniors, there was that separation between the juniors and the senior category. At the time, I don't think the seniors were staying at hotels. We still had the lion's share of the benefits. Right, we still had the lion's share of the benefits as the juniors, but they came and they earned their next year stay at the hotel after that. I can say that. But I see a lot of familiar faces in the senior category. I'd just like to say a personal congratulations to you all. I know Renuko. That is a very far off cousin of mine. It's good to see him here, and it's good to see that this is something he is interested in. I see Samuel, a very good friend of mine. I see a few Adventist brothers and sisters. Believe it or not, I was actually at one time a very frequent member of the church. Huh? When I was first afforded the opportunity at Youth Parliament, I know brief, I had a part 1 or this was part 2. So I'll give you the story. When I was first afforded, I was still attending the Bishop's High School. I was kind of thrust into it. Every time they asked me and they tried to convince me, oh, Jordan, it's fun, because I had previously participated in the JOF Haynes debate. So I was pretty good at that. But then they come and they just throw me into this thing. My girlfriend, they're going out to the country. I neighbor this. I don't want to stay with my little Wi-Fi and talk to the young lady. I'm being real with you. I'm being very real. Remember, I'm a teenager, people. I'm a teenager. So I came. And of course, at the time, I was like, Lord, this is work. Because as much as I enjoyed the public speaking aspect, the preparation was the worst part for me because I was terrible at writing speeches. Writing a speech was like giving me a dull knife and asking me to cut a brick. It was terrible. It was absolutely horrendous. So what I would do is I would just make these little long lines and call them points. Then I'd make little short lines and call them supporting points. I was telling my mentees my method. So then I wish I could find the terrible footage of me and my boring point that made everyone laugh. Crazy. And that was the moment I realized debating is a personal art. It's truly about finding your way of connecting with people. And that is something I encourage not only my mentees, but to anyone I got the opportunity of speaking with. I got the opportunity, actually, I had the pleasure of meeting with a few of the senior members of a little disheveled. I got an opportunity with meeting with the seniors of the Youth Parliament Initiative a little earlier. I think it was yesterday. I met with a few of them. We spoke about what they wanted to talk about, and they are quite a handful of wonderful young people. I remember them very, very well. So I want you guys, unfortunately, I wasn't able to listen to all of you, but for the few I heard, very, very, very well done. In conclusion, this is an experience that at a glance, you don't really see the benefit immediately. For the few that are sharking in this life and already knew what they were getting into, you guys are already above the other people. They're going to catch up to you eventually. But this is a very, very, very wide and it's such a beautiful experience. And it's very beneficial to you, both personally, professionally, and academically. So I would love you all to just remember that you were participants, and I was told to leave by Aaron. But yes, in the spirit of brevity, I'll just say, well done, well done, well done.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarks. I just wanted to say, sir, that if you were a police officer, you would have been labeled Inspector Voices. As you heard the frog in his throat. He was sleeping, so we gave him that. Now, actually, sir, I was actually prompted to do that. Somebody told me I should. Yeah. So my apologies. Right. So as we're still awaiting the judges' tally, I'm still, like I said, the floor is still open to the current. I'm opening. The judges crack me up. I'm opening the floor. The floor is still open for the participants, our current participants who would like to say something. Please turn your mics on and just give us a little. I know you're tired, and I know you're, especially the ones that spoke yesterday should not be tired. I am just saying. So guess what? The ones that spoke yesterday should not be tired. So let me hear you. I don't want to hear the excuse that you stayed up with your friends and all these things. We understand that. We understand that you stayed up. But guess what? When you were sleeping, when the others who had to present today, even though they were sleeping, their minds were still racing. I know how it goes. You didn't have to worry about anything, because guess what? You already did what you had to do, and you were sitting tight. Right? Mr. Pastor? Oh, and by the way, pardon? Oh yes, so we have which is an interesting thing. We should have our chief whips say something. So would our chief whip, firstly from the government side, please put on your mics. No, come to the podium. I'm sorry, come to the podium. Well, the camera is this way. Yes, you got it. Come up. Followed by the chief whip of the government side. Let's give it up for her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, everybody. All protocols observed. I'd like to say this is a very exciting experience for me. I had a lot of fun mingling with government and opposition. And I would like to say that this doesn't stop here, that we can take this and go back to our communities and, spread information in terms of helping other young youths to come back to this honorable house and just do well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you so much to the honorable member for making her way here to the podium to share with us a few words. I am now awaiting the opposition member.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, I was reflecting on, not yesterday, when did we come here? Wednesday, I was reflecting on how did I end up here. I like to think that I'm the only person who never had the ambition of being a part of youth parliament in their minds. But the only reason I'm here was because my friend Jasmine, this is a passion of hers, a desire of hers to be here. And she called me, she said, I need one more person. And I'm here to support a friend. But coming through the experience, it has been a delightful one. I'm not new to debating, but I am new to youth parliament. It has been a surreal experience. I am good at giving jobs and taking jobs. It is exciting. And I had a wonderful group of people to work with. I know last night, being the chief whip wasn't the easy task, having meetings every night last week. I was on holiday out of the country, and it wasn't Jet2. I wouldn't even call the name of that airline. It was a terrible experience. But taking time out to meet with you guys were tolerant, you guys understood, and to be able to work with you guys. I know you guys would enjoy this. I really would want to encourage each and every one of you, if this is what you want to do, this is what you enjoy, go right ahead. I do believe my reputation precedes me, so I don't need to. Is it proceed or is it the right word? Yes. All right. So my action speaks for itself. So I will encourage each and every one of you, go forward in the public speaking arena, do well. The opposition, they were excellent. The mentors, they were great. Just give me a signal when to stop talking. All right. Yeah, it's been a great thing. It's an interesting, a very interesting thing when you meet a group of young people who are so diverse. Meeting Miss Paul last night, you build so many relationships and fun. My room, I don't know if the parliament staff, you guys will receive complaints, but some young ladies came to my room last night and they had karaoke, and we were called and asked to be quiet. I was outside. I ran away. I wasn't going to be implicated. But I say that to say that young people, as young people, we have a lot of potential. We have purpose. And I'm a believer. Jesus had purpose and he had potential. At the end of the day, we're called to fulfill purpose. All right? And as each and every one of us, as we go forth, I want to encourage all of us to know what our purpose is. And regardless of the outcome today, because you know your purpose, you won't be shaken. So all the best. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, sir. And I was just able to see your purpose in assisting me to buy time for the judges. So thank you so much for that. All right. Thank you so much for that. So in the efforts of, I usually would take this time to encourage persons to continue following us on our social media pages, follow us on our Parliament webpage. for further information on events such as this. I would like to say that it is actually overwhelming to see the response over the years and the growth for the interest in youth parliament. And like I said, thanks to the honorable member, the honorable speaker of the National Assembly, Mansour Nadir, for widening that net, that now we have, I think this is perhaps the largest group that we had for the senior category since youth parliament began. Yeah. So, like I said, when I got here, we had one sitting, all right, and we focused on just a certain age range. And it was basically students that were a part of the youth parliament. However, because more persons seem to be interested in being a part of this, we had to do something about it. And I remember that the first year we actually had the University of Guyana a part of the youth parliament. And when they came, everything changed. So I would just like to say they were the pioneers, well, the first set, the first batch. And after then, you know, everything else is history. But it was indeed a wonderful experience. Being part of the planning committee over the years, it is always a task and a half to put everything together. Everything that you see here is a direct impact of the staff of the Parliament office working extra hours, and people like Miss Charles and Miss Justin Bacchus before her, and you know, I can just go on, right? These were people that were instrumental in the planning, right? Because usually what you see here, you may think, oh, it just probably takes a week to put together or whatever. Listen, youth parliament starts from as soon as from the year begins. As soon as it breaks, we would have meetings with the planning committee, and we come up with all sorts of new ideas and stuff. And of course, I always encourage persons to share with us their constructive criticisms. And the reason why we ask you to do that is because that is the only way that we can get better at what we do. Sometimes criticism can be uncomfortable. Just like change can be uncomfortable at times. But as long as you embrace that change, and it can make you into something even more beautiful. So you don't need to worry about that. All right. I know that today, like I said earlier, today is a wonderful day. We have so many students today who would have been receiving their results from the CSEC and so on. And I would just like to recognize all those students, especially the juniors who are seated in the public gallery. Congratulations. This is the stepping stone to something greater. Not all of us are going to achieve on the same level. We all mature at different levels, different times. But not because you may not get the result that you want. And these are for the persons who probably didn't get what they wanted. Don't hold that against you, against yourself. Don't be that hard on yourself. Just understand that the journey begins with one step. And even if you stumble and you fall, it is not the fact that you fell, it's the fact that you got up, dust yourself off, and carry on smartly. Right? And I always tell people, don't work hard, work smart. So if you're studying and you're doing, maybe there's a course or subject that you're not, you really find it very hard to actually focus on, just put it between the subjects that you're good at. And I used to do that, right? And there were courses where I didn't really like and stuff, maths. So what I used to do is put that between English and maybe social studies or business principles of business or something like that. And what is rather weird is that even though I like business subjects, I actually came up in the science stream. So sometimes it's not where you start, but it's how you end. All right. So once again, put your hands together for the youths. Right? And to the senior members, and like I said, I am still biding times. And for the online viewers, I am not rambling on. I am just trying to buy time for these wonderful scores that we're about to hear. All right. So for the senior category, I know that some of you would have done well in your university level as well. And I would just like to say kudos to you. And like I said, this is a stepping stone. And what is it? Fingers what? Finger. Oh, get it, man. Clock it. Clock it. Oh, which fingers are you using? For the middle and the thumb? Who is type? Was the index? Is that? Go ahead, sir. Okay, you see there's a point of what, man? Could the technician please get this point of order?
There's a debate.
Yes.
And over the number of weeks have been not just.
Use your mic.
It's not working.
Oh, but that's okay. Point of order.
There is it's not just locally, because in the past couple of weeks, I've had this challenge regionally and internationally as well, since I've been engaging with young people in the diaspora and abroad. There is a heated debate as to whether it is the index finger or the middle finger. But because Youth Parliament has taught me to be a leader and not a follower, I've invented our own signs. So if you will join me, we clock it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, if you have no problem, I will like to continue. All right. So guess what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? The judges are ready. So let's now turn to the people who had the very tough job, as you can see, with judging today's debates. Our distinguished panel, our judges, of course, of adjudicators. We first welcome Miss Melissa Dow Richardson. Yes. She is the Assistant Director and Sport at the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, the National Sports Commission, all right, and a seasoned adjudicator for both the speaker's regional and national debating competitions. So I would like to open the floor for her to give her remarks as we could go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Well done, Mr. December. All protocols observed, but I just want to acknowledge the incredible effort of the organizers of this youth parliament. Remarkable work by the parliament staff. A very good afternoon to everyone. I have several comments to make in relation to what we've witnessed over the past 2 days. And I want to start out by saying it was a fine effort by the clerk and the deputy clerk of the youth parliament, keeping everything going. You did a fine job. As well as Madam Speaker, you were firm and stern and you responded whenever the floor brought something to your attention. And I think that's important. You keep working on that. Yes, of course. The debate and the youth parliament was really nutritious because of the motions that were presented. The 5 motions were thought-provoking, and it gave you all an opportunity to actually do some research and use your brain. So I appreciate the motions. And in terms of the debating techniques, we had some shrieking and some shouting. I know you were cautioned against that, but sometimes in the excitement, the voice can pick up. So be careful when you're using your voice that you don't shriek and shout. There were some diction challenges, some pronunciation challenges, but this happens. You want to guard against that. And certainly, I believe that your research was strong and there was a fairly good attention to time management. Very few presenters went beyond your time, so that's good. But it could have been more intellectually stimulating. All right, not enough theories, not enough theorists. More, it's too opinion based. I know everybody has an opinion, but back it up with facts. Back it up with something a little more substantive. So I think that you could have been more intellectually stimulating in your work. When, in terms of the issues, so that's debating techniques, but in terms of the issues that were brought forth, I want to say that coming out of this debate and for the youth of Guyana and the whole society in general, we need to address the issue of early sexual activity and the sexualization of children, because this has come up very heavily and it's problematic on multiple levels. Childhood, youth is a time to protect the bodies and the minds of our next generation of leaders. So let us address the challenges of molestation in our society, harassment, grooming, and rape. That's what I heard coming out of one of the motions today. In addition, I was a little disappointed with some of the references that came, some of the social references. I was confronted because Parliament is a moral space. We are called to build a strong society, and whatever happens here ripples out. So what happens in society cannot pull down the morality of what Parliament is called to do. So we must understand that certain conduct should not exhibit itself within the halls of the General Assembly. Certain spaces should not be vulgarized. Certain vulgarities that exist in society should not present themselves within certain spaces. Thank you. Because these spaces call us to a higher order. And if you want to take national leadership to the next level, you have to know when to make that separation and know what is good and right and what will take us into a place where socially we can't really recover from it. So exercise, if we want to have the kind of society that you've referenced, New Zealand and Singapore and Iceland, let's look at the culture and the behavior of the youth in those environments, and then we see how we can apply it effectively to raise the quality and culture of our cooperative republic. The seventh point, which I really want to punctuate, is that this is debate, this is Parliament, and for fun, sometimes I actually look at South African Parliament because it's very interesting. But there's intellectual stimulation. And while we encourage the tasteful use of sarcasm, we want to keep the theatrics to a minimum. If you want to do theatrics, we have the National Culture Centers at the top of Homestretch Avenue. You can go and do all your drama and all your theatrics there. But here at Parliament, show passion, show conviction, show leadership. Know when to separate where, what, when. Know which stage you're on. And so I was happy with some of the intellectual efforts, and I would urge you and encourage you as the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, all of you who have been working so exceptionally hard since earlier this year in the regional and national debates, to continue to use spaces like the Youth Parliament and processes like these to give us an opportunity to enforce the rights and laws that we already have. Exercise them, because you are the leaders of tomorrow, but you will be better leaders tomorrow if you exercise your strengths today. And so in your research, I hope you come across this, where the strength of the youth is in your strength, and the value of the mature is in their wisdom, and wisdom comes from experience. So good luck to everyone. Had a wonderful time. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
You're most welcome, and we do thank you for your constructive criticisms, and I'm pretty sure that the participants would take that into account. I would like to now invite to make her remarks Ms. Valda Lawrence. She is a former member of parliament. All right. And she has been someone who has lent her generosity over the years in assisting us with helping and shaping some of the previous youth parliamentarians during the etiquette and decorum courses and so on that we would have with you. So I would just like to invite to make her remarks today. The floor is yours, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, back up, come again. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, y'all sound like y'all getting there. First, let me thank the staff and the Speaker of the National Assembly for once again inviting me to be a part of this auspicious gathering. I say it I do not say it lightly. I say it with a lot of emotions because I can see where the country is going and what some of the future leaders look like. And that is good for us. I want to compliment all of you for the efforts that you've made, all of you. I wish to also compliment you on your decorum and the way in which you carried yourself. We saw less theatrics this year, which was good. And so I want to say to the trainers, I think you did something this time. Luckily, this year, I was able to follow the debates more than I did in previous years. And man, it was good. I enjoyed it. Retirement is a good thing, I tell you. Yes, I was able to follow it. So congratulations to all of you reaching here and being a part of this 10th Youth Parliament. I have a few things to say. One, I start with interpretation. Motions are the best things in Parliament because everything is written there. Whereas you wake up this morning, whereas you had bread and coffee, whereas you didn't have lunch, where it tells you every single thing. And so it is easy to debate once you do your research. But many persons got mixed up. At sometimes I was asking my colleague, this person realizes a motion and not a bill? It is a proposal. It is not a bill. It wouldn't be written into law. And so you got some entanglement there. So next time you need to be able to differentiate the two so that your presentations can be more impactful and relatable to the topic at hand. I want to congratulate the persons who would have worked with you to come up with those stimulating topics for debate today. Congratulations, and yesterday. But every year I have to speak to these two things: pronunciation, enunciation. For me, the listener, you're speaking to me, the lady by the street corner selling guineas who got her radio on. You're speaking to me, the retiree at home in a recliner. So if you do not take your time to pronounce your words, and you do not take your time in your enunciation, that is ensuring that when you speak the word, it is clearly spoken. So I could answer, not because sometimes I could miss a very important point that you're making. All right, so I want you to take note of that. For me, I think it was too many quotes. You wasted a lot of time. Too many quotes. So you need to look at that. And then you were repeating what somebody else say. All you had to say is, I refer to my colleague who said this, or don't give me all those things, day, year, whether the weather was good or bad and all of that. And you could say, I refer to the Sunday Times of August 1994. Okay? Because in the parliament, when you quote from something, you might as well have it, because you really need to present it to the clerk so he can pass it on to the speaker to verify that what you're quoting is true. So try to tailor yourself in that quote. Be yourself. Give yourself more time to explain more things to the John public who is listening to you. I think your research was excellent. Excellent research, especially those who used local materials, because it means that the Guyanese people can relate to what you're saying. And that makes it extremely important and more impactful. The thing about research, however, is not just quoting figures and quoting statistics. You have to tie it into what you're saying. You have to tie it into your message. Or else, as we would say in the parliament, you're just giving me fluff. Okay? So even not in the work that you do, whether you're furthering your studies or whether you're going on to the working environment, always remember that your research have to be tied in to whatever you are speaking about. The representation by the individuals, whether you were shadow or you were minister, you have to speak to your portfolio. If we're speaking about gender abuse, you have to represent your portfolio. You are not the prime minister or the leader of the opposition, who we call sweepers. They will sweep, but you have to give them a column to stand on. All right? Whatever it is, tied back to your ministry. And you can show so many things in your what your ministry can do or is doing or plans to do, that type of thing. And the other thing, just be yourself. Don't start me off with a BV and then land me with a Trans-Guyana. You understand me? You start off with one fancy thing. And then next 2 minutes, you got to look to see if it's the same person speaking, because they break into another form of speech. So just be yourself. And look, you all were good. You may have missed a point, missed a corner or so, but you were all good. And you know what you have to do? Because that very last motion speaks to all of you. All of you. Don't tell me what to do. Show me what you are doing. That's what John Public wants to see. You get back to your clubs, your organizations, whatever. Even if you're hanging, have a nice little debate about something. and you got plenty things to debate about because you got the whole future ahead of you. And when you all become ministers, just remember the pensioners. I want to once again thank the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, Clerk and Deputy Clerk of the 10th Annual Youth Parliament, and all of you. Congratulations. See you next time, but in a different position and in a different place. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawrence. Just now, it's interesting that when you said about the BW, I realized the age difference in here because the younger folks who don't even know what BW is, they were like, BW is Caribbean Airlines. Before, yeah, oh, you see? What? So, BW, it was BW before Caribbean Airlines, right? So just wanted to clear that up there for you. All right, no problem. So finally, our Chief Judge, Dr. Jennifer Westford. She's a former Minister of Government and a Member of Parliament and a long-time adjudicator of previous youth parliamentarians here as well. I would just like to say that Dr. Westford will now announce the winning motions as well as the best speakers from both the government and the opposition benches. So the floor is yours, Dr. Westford.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say a great big thank you for once again being invited to be a part of this forum. I want to also congratulate the staff of the Parliament Office for doing a very good job. Again, please give them a great big round of applause. I also want to congratulate our mentors, and I'm seeing quite a few of the past youth parliamentarians around. Welcome and congratulations. Congratulations to the Speaker, Madam Speaker of the 10th Parliament. I dare say you are a very tough speaker. We were having a little chat here and trying to equate you to some of our past speakers. And you did well. You did very well. So our clerk and deputy clerk, excellent job. You did too. Congratulations. And most importantly, to you, the parliamentarians of this 10th National Youth Parliament, I need you to give yourselves a great, great big round of applause. You were all excellent. You were all excellent. The way you comported yourselves, your debating skills, I don't want to repeat most of the things that were said before by my two colleagues here, because we had some discussions, and you would expect that we had some discussions, and I would have the same, I don't want to, constructive criticisms. I want to urge you also to pay keen attention, because I don't think this will be your last sojourn of having debates or discussions. You may not call it a debate, but constructive discussions at various forums. And you need to understand the topic. Understand the topic that you're discussing. And we had some little hitches here where some persons, they misunderstood. Maybe just sometimes a word. And I want to say there was one word when we were looking at the motion dealing with the youth policy, the word comprehensive. it created quite a lot of, we heard different explanations of that word. And a lot of you misinterpreted what it meant. So I think you need to understand not only the word, but the context in which words are being used. The context is very important. But barring all of that, I think, again, I'll say your research was excellent, very in-depth. I myself was awed sometimes when I heard some of your figures. Also, please relate your figures to a reality and a situation. Don't just say figures and you're not putting it. There was one individual who gave us some very nice figures, but then we couldn't get why those figures were being repeated. The person did not go on to give an explanation as to why they were telling us those figures. And those figures were very, very important. Maybe that person might have been one of our best speakers had they continued along that line. And my colleague said about bringing us to coming on, which was the aircraft? BW and taking us to some American airline. It means that there was disjointment at some point in time. We were confused. We were confused. But again, you were excellent. Excellent. And I dare say I have heard it all, I have seen it all. And in my 25 years of being a parliamentarian, I can tell you, I can probably equate you with some of the elected parliamentarians that we have seen pass through the parliaments of Guyana. You did very well. And I am happy and I feel comfortable that in the future, that some of you, or I would want to say most of you, would become our parliamentarians, whether in ministerial positions, prime ministerial positions, and I would feel comfortable sitting back knowing that our policy making will be in good hands. So keep the good work up. Wherever you are, whatever professions you are now involved in, just keep doing what you are doing today. Keep that train of thought, development, national development, nation building. Just keep it up. And I think our country will continue the trend that it's currently on. Now, I know everyone is looking at me and saying, okay, she's talking so much. We want to hear our results. Let me see. These results that I'm going to give to you gave us a headache. I mean a very big headache. Why it gave us a headache? Because these results were so close. Some of them by points. Some of them by point something. So you can see how close they were, which means that you all were excellent. You all were excellent. And even though you will be getting these results, unless you were sitting where we are sitting, or unless you were probably some of the viewers out there were listening to you, they would not depict by just looking at the results that you would be hearing just now or just listening to them. It will not tell you the full story of what exactly happened here today and yesterday. The level of debating we had, the level of in-depth research that we had. So even though I'm going to be announcing best speakers for opposition and opposition and government for the various motions we had, I think everyone in here should feel happy and comfortable and know that they did well. You all did well. So without much ado, I am going to go straight into the job ahead of me. And I must say that we took quite a long time because we don't want to have anyone asking for a recount. So we did our own recounts. And we don't want to have to go to CCJ either. So we did our recounts and ensure that the figures, what we're going to tell you today is accurate. And as I said, some of them were point somebody. So for the first motion we had, which was yesterday, we have on the government benches, our best speaker was Miss Renuka Calder. Could Miss Calder please stand? Mr. Renuku. Sorry, Mr. Renuku Calder. Dare say, Mr. Calder, you reminded me of a colleague minister. I don't know, you probably would have heard the name Mr. Henry Jeffrey. You heard that name before? As you were speaking, I was reminded of him. Your mannerism of speaking, your passion, congratulations. And I hope to someday in the future be listening to you as minister or even prime minister or president. Who knows? Who knows? But continue. Very good. Excellent. Very good. And I must say, this was one of the debates that we did not have too much of recounting and counting on. On the opposition benches, excuse me if I'm pronouncing your name not the way you would like it to be pronounced, but name pronunciation, we all have our own different ways of pronouncing things, but I'll try my best. The opposition benches, we had Shanicia, is that it? Miss Shanicia LaRose. You're laughing, we're laughing too. Congratulations, Shanicia, and I see your colleagues are very excited for you. Keep the good work up. You were a very, very good debater. Okay, let's move to motion number 2, which was yesterday also. On the government side, we have Shania. Is it Shania? Or Shania Smith? As our best speaker, congratulations. And on the opposition benches, we have Tassieli Paul. She made up for her size with her voice and her debating and her stance, the way she was standing. Congratulations. And continue the good work. Today, motion number 1, we had on the government side, Kadia Jilks. Yes, this is very good. This reminds me of, and I want to invite, I will still invite. I want to invite you and tell you that you should make some time to go into the parliament when it reconvenes and you are going to observe something spectacular. Even though on the outside you will hear, oh, this they feel as if they seem as if they fight, everybody's fighting and whatnot. We do fight with our voices. When we're debating, we're very passionate with what we're saying and what we want. But at the end of that, you will see something that we just saw here, where both sides congratulated the young lady. And that is what you will see, and I want to urge all of you to continue that. On the opposition benches, we had Isra Minty. Congratulations. Very passionate, and he spoke with conviction when he was speaking. Very, very passionate. Congratulations. Motion 2, we had on the government benches. On the government side, we had, I hope I get this name right, Devani. Devani, is that your right name, darling? Just what's your name? Devrani. Oh, it's a R. Okay. Yes, Miss Narain, congratulations. Congratulations. Motion 3, on the government benches, we had, on the opposition, we had Mr. Wilkin de Camp. Well, I am smiling. I'll tell you something. When I came in this afternoon, I said, good day, good afternoon to each and every person there. And Mr. De Camp, well, now I'm knowing who I knew who Mr. De Camp was when you were speaking. And I told my colleague, I said, this young man told me, I said to him, come on, each one of you, I hope to hear some very nice debating today. And he said to me, okay, I'm going to surprise you. And I was telling her, I said, he did tell me that. Congratulations. Congratulations. Keep the good work up. Okay, we'll now go to motion 3. On the government side, we have Kishun Wright. Very passionate. He was so passionate, and he stood with his shoulders up when he was speaking. Posture says a lot. When you're debating, the way you stand, you must drive fear into whoever is the opposite side that you're debating against. By just looking at you, they're scared to say, well, what is he or she going to say now? And he had this positive posture. And these are things that you need to adopt also. Congratulations, sir. We also have here on the opposition benches, I hope I call this name correct, Shona May. Billy. Hey, Shona May Billy. Now, again, I'm smiling because yesterday I was a little harsh when I spoke with the honorable leader of the opposition. because I was not very satisfied with some of the debating that I heard yesterday. And I had a little long chat with her. And I actually did tell her, though, I congratulated her and I said, please you are the prime minister and you need the leader of the opposition, and you need to get your people to do what you did. And I challenged her to that. And she said, okay, I will. And I must say, the level of debating today was 1,000% better than yesterday. And also I spoke with your mentors also. I think you were there when I was speaking with them. And that challenge, you took the challenge, and I must say congratulations to each and every one of you. So, madam, congratulations. You did well. But I want to make one more comment to you. We all have different strengths when we debate, and sometimes we don't know them. Your strength is, and we had that discussion here, you are a very good rebuttal debater. Do you know that? Any of you know that? When you speak first, when you do your first presentation, it is good. But when you rebut, when you do your rebuttal, you are excellent. Because you're a very good listener. Excellent. You listen to what everyone says, and you can rebut, and it makes your speech 1,000 times better. Very good, and keep the good work up. We now come to the best overall speaker for both the government and the opposition. So for the government side of the house, we have Kadia Jill. As I said, it wasn't an easy task coming up with the decisions. It wasn't easy. And on the opposition side, we have Miss Chenicia LaRose. Now, gentlemen, and this is for, I'm sure I saw some of our youth parliamentarians here. There were junior youth parliamentarians here. I want to challenge you that next time around, we are looking at gender balancing. No? I want to see a male and a female. No offense meant, females, but you know, it always looks good when we have balance. And I'm speaking in saying that it is something that's plaguing our society at this point in time, where our females are excelling. And it is something that I know the relevant ministries are looking at. And I think you within your various portfolios and in the future, and you will have a good future ahead of you, please ensure that, yes, it's a competitive world, and we all, females, we want to say, hey, we just as good or you are better than you. And the males also want to say that. But I am proud of being a female parliamentarian. And I think I want to side with my colleague, and she will side with me and say, we are the best too. in the parliament. I know my male counterparts will probably, who are listening to me, will not feel happy. I know I'll hear a few things later. But even though I'm saying so, I think we should all strive for excellence, and we should all strive to ensure that we do the best that we can at all times. Congratulations once again. You were excellent. I honor you, and I look forward to hearing much, much more from you. And those of you who, how many of you in the public service? Let me see how many hands I'm seeing. Anybody working, or all of you still going to university or school? Those of you in the public service, please take this knowledge and your devotion to your workplaces, and I look forward to seeing the best of you in those departments and those positions that you're holding currently. Once again, it was a pleasure being here. Thank all of you for being here, and the future is bright with you. And you know, they say, what? The youths are our future. I think I'm seeing a bright future. I think I'm seeing a bright future. So continue the progress. Continue your progressive strides. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy. Today is the last day. Where they're going back to the hotel, or they're going home till tomorrow? Oh, the party. Okay. You're giving them a party. You have to pay. So enjoy today. Enjoy. You don't have to go and study tonight. Your mentors would not be on you say, no, don't read it like that. Start over. So enjoy it. And both sides, government and opposition, you sit as one today. And you laugh and you smile, because we are one people, one nation with one destiny. Thank you once again. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Dr. Westford. I know that we have a few Seventh-day Adventists. There's gonna be, I think it's about your Sabbath. You may be excused, right? And on the way out, please remember to collect your bags. We have it outside there in the foyer, so you just collect it from me, please, right? So the Seventh-day Adventists, you are excused. I understand it is about that time. So you may be excused, right? And please pick up your tokens on the way out, all right? To Miss Jilks and Miss LaRose, congratulations. Congratulations, let's hear it for them one more time. Yes. I would ask the others to remain seated, because the bags will come here to you. So that's why I didn't ask you to leave. Everyone else, the juniors as well, please do not exit the chamber, right? So that you will get your tokens. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this officially concludes the senior category of sittings for the 10th Annual Youth Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. To our senior parliamentarians, you have debated passionately. You have critically delivered your speeches, and you would have inspired everyone in attendance and those following online. To our mentors, judges, and audience, thank you so much for your unwavering support in making this milestone a true celebration of youth leadership. Thank you again to the Speaker of the National Assembly for the guidance. Thank you to the Planning Committee. Thank you to Ms. Charles, who heads the Planning Committee, for her leadership. And thank you to the technical team and everyone else, the teachers who are here and mentors. Thank you so much. I don't wish to keep you here any further, and we look forward to seeing you in the next Youth Parliament, where the energy and inspiration will continue. Until then, travel safely and have a best rest of the weekend. And until next time, see you.
Thank you.